The time is 5:45 p.m. I would like to call to order this special closed session meeting for the City Council of the City of Emeryville. This meeting is being conducted in a hybrid format. Members of the public are welcome to join us here at 1333 Park Avenue, or you can join us via webcast using the Zoom link provided for in today's agenda. To begin this meeting, I'd like to ask if the clerk would please take the roll.
Councilmember Carr.
Present.
Councilmember Mora. Present. Councilmember Pryforce.
Here.
Vice Mayor Welch.
Here.
And Mayor Bowders.
Here, thank you. This time we'll entertain ex parte communications. Any members wishing to report an item with an ex parte communication? Seeing and hearing none, now is the time for public comment. A member of the public wishing to comment for an item not on the agenda or on the closed session portion of this agenda may have 2 minutes to do so. Do we have any members with their hands raised?
No, Mayor, we do not.
And did we receive any written comments?
No.
Okay, public comment being closed. We'll turn to item 5, which is the closed session. We have 3 items in closed session. Madam Clerk, the time is 5:46. A recess into closed session. Back in open session. The time is 5:56. We're at item 6 on the closed session meeting. Reporting out of closed session. I'll ask if City Attorney Crowell will report out of closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No reportable actions were taken this evening in closed session.
Okay, the time is 5:57. This meeting is adjourned. Next meeting begins at 6 o'clock. Good evening. The time is 6 o'clock p.m. I'd like to call to order this special study session for the City Council of the City of Emeryville. This meeting is being conducted in a hybrid format. Members of the public who wish to provide comment or join us are welcome to do so at 1333 Park Avenue, Emeryville Civic Center, or you can join us via Zoom using the link provided for on the city's website and in today's agenda. I'd like to begin by asking if the clerk would please take the roll.
Councilmember Carr,
Present.
Councilmember Mora,
Present.
Councilmember Pryforce,
Here.
Vice Mayor Welch,
Here.
and Mayor Bowders.
Here. Members, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve this agenda.
I move approval of the agenda.
Second.
Thank you. Motion by Welch, second by Carr to approve agenda. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Carr,
Aye.
Councilmember Mora,
Aye.
Councilmember Pryforce,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Welch,
Aye.
and Mayor Bowders.
Aye, the agenda has been approved. Ex parte communications, are there any members who wish to report an ex parte communication for today's study session? Seeing and hearing none, we'll turn to public comment. A member of the public who wishes to comment for an item not on this agenda has 2 minutes to do so. I see no hands raised, and I see no people present. Did we receive any written comments for this agenda?
No, Mayor.
Public comment is now closed. We'll turn to study session. Item 6.1 is the study session on objective development standards presented by Navarre Oaks and with the help of some consultants. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Happy to be here this evening with you. Tonight I will be just introducing Jean Iceberg and Jane Lynn, who have been working diligently with city staff on this for a very long time. So, so far in the process of this draft revision, this has gone to BPAC, it's gone to Transportation Committee for comments. It was supposed to go to the Parks and Rec Committee and Housing Committee, but unfortunately they didn't have quorum, so we did not get specific comments from them. However, we did get positive feedback from members of the Park Committee. And I will let them give the presentation tonight. Of course, this is a big topic, and we're here for any questions. We're trying to make the presentation concise for you tonight, but anything you would like explained in detail, we're here for. Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome. Come on up. But before they begin, I'll just note for members that this is a substantive amount of item in the packet, and recognizing that at 6:30 we have the committee appointments, and there will be members of the public coming. I've already spoken with the consultants and staff, so if we need to recess this study session so that we can ensure we're timely with all the residents who will be coming for the 6:30 meeting, I've already got the green light from everybody that we can do that. So they're not going to rush their presentation and try and hurry any discussion we have. We'll recess it, conduct the appointments, and come back to this. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Bowders and members of the council. I'm Jean Iceberg with Lexington Planning. I'm joined by Jane Lynn from Urban Field Studio. So this is a study session on objective design standards. I'm just going to provide a recap of the project, and then we'll present the amendments to the design guidelines that are proposed, the amendments to the planning regulations. This project came about, it was funded by a Senate Bill 2 grant, which aims to streamline housing approvals through regulatory and process improvements. So through this grant fund, the city is looking to create objective standards, so this can help ensure that the city can still get high quality design, even for projects that are not going through the discretionary review process. So the proposed standards aim to simplify and clarify these regulations, create procedural requirements for staff to clarify for decision makers and applicants the process and the regulations. And then lastly, this helps comply with recent state legislation, which more and more is relying on objective standards for certain types of housing development projects. So what are these objective standards? This is defined by the state. These are regulations that are uniformly verifiable, knowable by the public, by the applicant prior to submittal. And so the city does have a number of development standards on the books. If we think about height standards or setback standards, things that are measurable, but the city does not have as many design standards, and so that was part of our charge here. So key issues, as I mentioned, state law more and more is relying on objective standards for certain types of projects. You may be familiar with Senate Bill 35 projects, of which the city's had a couple applications, AB 2162, a supportive housing law. And so under the Housing Accountability Act, collectively, this state law limits the city's ability to deny, reduce the density, or modify these projects when they meet objective standards. And so many of the city's regulations around design are subjective, and so that's why the city's considering making standards objective so that they continue to be enforced on these types of streamlined projects. So that's what we're showing here right now. Again, we've got these more subjective criteria. They're shown here in the bubble, and we're trying to transform some of those into design standards, again, that are objective requirements. And so we're looking at a range of elements that affect the public realm, and then to a more limited extent, the design of the buildings themselves. And this is based on some feedback we got early in the process. So as Navarre mentioned, we've been working on this project for a few years. This started with a policy review of the city's current design policies in the general plan, in the design guidelines documents. We did a number of stakeholder meetings with architects and developers, which really had us looking at the balance between being prescriptive, allowing for creativity and flexibility. We met with both the council and the planning commission, who both really encouraged us to look at the interface with the public realm more than in terms of building design itself. So thinking about the amenities that are part of projects, the landscaping on the street, how it really relates to neighborhood initiatives. And then we took a break as the city was focused on the housing element for a couple years there, and so now we're back with these draft standards and guidelines. Tonight is just a study session. We're looking for your feedback, and then we'll come back in the fall to present the draft ordinance for consideration. Now I'm going to hand it off to Jane. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeannie. We're going to go on a little tour through what has changed, and so there are really two major parts that have changed, and that are the draft design guidelines, and we'll go over some of these amendments now, and then the standards. So here, all right. So the current design guidelines were adopted in 2010, a little while ago, following the general plan update. And the way it works, it applies citywide and by use and building type and also district and context. And they're primarily subjective, which is one of the reasons why we went through them and gave them an update. And there were a lot of illustrations of successful and unsuccessful examples, and actually it's a really great design guideline, except for we needed to update it a little bit. So some of our key draft amendments really kind of try to maintain the applicability of the design guidelines as written. The general contents were kept, but we moved all the objective standards into planning regulations. So that really brings that into the zoning code and makes it stronger. And then we streamlined the content. There was some content in there that was repeated, or there were some parts that were about projects that have since been completed. So those were removed, and so we edited it down a little bit. And then we established the design intent. We still kept whatever was still really pertinent and was still subjective. So. But then we also got a chance to illustrate some examples of more recent successful design. And so that includes some of these projects that are more recent and more relevant than ever for the design guidelines. Then also, this is the second major part that we amended, and this is to the zoning, the draft Title IX planning regulations. And in these the draft amendments we made were mostly about the physical appearance of buildings, process changes, and then also to illustrate it more. So some of the really key things that we addressed with the amendments were building articulation standards, family-friendly unit design, residential amenities, bike parking, utility standards, public improvements, public parks, and new development. And so just to give you a sense of, I mean, there was so much to cover there. So just to pull out a highlight for building articulation standards, we clarified the requirements for vertical and horizontal articulation on larger buildings to break down massing and support visual interest. And then where we didn't provide a specific number as a minimum or a maximum, there was options that were provided through a menu that allowed for more flexibility in design. And we kept some really important parts of the design guidelines and made them standards too. So a lot of the family-friendly unit design parts in the design guidelines became part of the standards. And this acknowledges how important it is to design for families and their livability. And as we are seeing a lot more multifamily housing, there's a lot of basic amenities that make it nicer to live there, and we made sure to address those in this update as well. And so you might see the package rooms and daylit corridors as an addition to what was there previously, and then a menu of options for things like, you would pick from this list: multi-purpose room, fitness center, social activity areas, storage spaces, and pet amenities, so that those kinds of things would be considered. And here, I'll hand it back to Jeannie.
Okay, bike parking was another set of regulations that we heard a lot about during our stakeholder meetings and our study sessions. So this section acknowledges that things have changed with bikes. We see a lot more electric bikes around town, longer, long-tail bikes like cargo bikes with kids on the back or carrying groceries. And so the bike parking regulations have been updated to allow, to require larger spaces to accommodate those types of bikes, improving an access in terms of aisle width to access bike rooms, and also changes in the access to bike parking to reduce conflicts between vehicles, bicyclists, pedestrians, so that there's separate entrances for these different users. In terms of utilities, we've added an objective requirement around utility undergrounding. Basically, for a building that's more than 30 feet tall, undergrounding would be required along the building frontage. Clarified requirements for discards and stormwater, and simplified the code in a way that refers to handouts to these elements. These are issues that change with some frequency, and so instead of including the capacity requirements in the ordinance itself, it refers to a handout which may be updated from time to time and that can be posted onto the city's website. As I mentioned, public improvements were a big part of the request that we identify. The city already was regulating sidewalk dimensions, but it is pretty complicated right now. There are very specific sidewalk dimensions that would apply to new projects depending where you are in the city. And so this has consolidated some of those categories, clarified what types of street furniture are allowed. The city does have a street furniture catalog. It identifies the allowed trash cans, the light standards, all of that, so that this set of regulations links to that document. It also requires new objective standards for transportation demand management, which is often negotiated, but requires projects, for example, to provide one free transit pass per unit. There's another new section about public parks. As you may recall, both the general plan and the Parks and Recreation Strategic Plan have circles on a map indicating where new parks should go. And so we have made that now objective. So instead of a circle on the map, we have a very specific table that's listed by address and APN, and it shows that if you are developing a project of a certain size, you need to locate a publicly accessible park on the site. And so it stipulates what those requirements are. And then lastly, but certainly not least, there's a number of process changes. So first, this creates a new process, the Objective Design Review process. This is really going to be applicable for those SB 35 type projects that are only required to meet objective standards. It does clarify that such projects are subject to the Public Art Ordinance. It also creates changes the process for smaller projects. So projects with fewer 10 units would be approved through minor design review rather than major design review. It creates a new article to cross-reference to objective standards, not the specifics, but where you can locate them. So this is really a guide to staff, to applicants, to decision makers, where those objective standards live in the code. And then lastly, the process changes make changes to the demolition ordinance or the demolition section of the code. And so this identifies a couple different issues. So in the last couple years, there have been changes in state law that require replacement of protected units, which generally means units that are rent controlled or have lower income families living in them. And so any project, it cross-references the state law to clarify any project, whether a new commercial or housing project that's replacing existing units, needs to replace those units on a one-to-one basis at the income levels based on who is living in the unit now. So in terms of those process changes, this is just an illustration for what that looks like. So if you've got a project that's more than 10 units, you're going through major design review, fewer than 10 units, minor design review, and then lastly, if you're subject to SB 35 or AB 2162, you're just going through that objective design review process. So that's city staff review, and then as you can see, the planning commission review or city council review on appeal for the top row there. So that concludes our presentation, and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. First, I'll begin by calling for public comment. Are there any members of the public who wish to provide comment on the study session item before us this evening? If you're here from the public and you wish to comment, you can just raise your hand or step forward. See no hands and nobody online. Did we receive any written comments for this item?
No, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Public comment is closed on this item, and I'll turn to my colleagues for discussion. Are there any members who wish to ask questions or provide feedback? Member Mora, you're recognized.
Thank you for this presentation. I'm particularly interested in the functional recommendations around, say, like sidewalks or parks, or the way that a development might interface with the public or another part of the city. One part that I'm not quite sure about is and this is probably the trickier part of your task, which was to take the subjective design recommendations, which often have an aesthetic, less functional element, and try to make that objective. And I'm wondering, are there other cities that attempt to do the same thing with these type of aesthetic concerns? And then are we also, in your opinion, are we trying to solve a real problem there? Are we really worried that, say, if we omitted those subjective or aesthetic aspects, that we would end up with horrendous or ugly buildings? Is that like a real concern?
It's a great question, and Jane and I are working on objective standards in communities throughout the Bay Area, and I will say that they generally do want to include more aesthetic-related design standards than we have proposed here, and part of that is because when we came through a couple years ago and did study sessions, did stakeholder meetings, the decision makers expressed that they were not interested in having us do specific recess requirements on buildings, so you don't see a lot of that here. The articulation standards that Jane mentioned are, we only have a few of them. We're really focused here on the public realm interface. I think that's happening for a couple reasons. One is the level of design and expectations in Emeryville is fairly high. The city has development standards that support housing, and so you're seeing projects come in that are generally well designed, and there's an expectation that those developers need to be able to rent their units and that their consumer wants to see a certain level of design, and so they're already doing that. You have good architects, and so that's already happening. I think right now we can see what's happened in the past few years. You have had a couple SB 35 projects in the city, and so there's been, evidence of you can say what, I don't know, people have different perspective on the design of those buildings, but they were subject only to the objective standards on the books. And so I think that maybe that's the best evidence that we have.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Councilmember Carr.
Thank you, Mayor. So these recommendations or this study session pertains to the new development or just Emeryville-wide development?
So this pertains to just the draft amendments in both the planning regulations, so that's the zoning ordinance, and amendments on the design guidelines. So tonight we're not looking at particular specific projects that may happen as a result of these amendments.
Yeah, and I see this says interest in revisiting standards over time to confirm effectiveness.
Yes, so I stopped too early. This was the Planning Commission, so thank you for prompting me. This was the Planning Commission's feedback when we were here just a couple weeks ago, and at least one commissioner was interested in revisiting them because, I can almost guarantee you're going to want to make changes. And so that was one of their recommendations is, okay, let's see how this goes after the first couple projects and then look at its effectiveness and potentially make some changes.
So this would not pertain to existing stock?
That's right. So this, this wouldn't pertain to existing projects. This really is about new construction. So it could pertain to rehabilitation of projects if it, triggers a certain level of design review, but otherwise, no, not to existing development as it stands on the ground.
Same with the ordinances, will not pertain to existing stock.
That's right.
Thank you.
Others who have questions or comments? I have several myself. I want to really begin by thanking staff and thanking Jean and Jane and your teams for the incredible work you did. This is a very significant amount of work. Very grateful for it. It's very overdue as well. Really grateful for the work you guys did on vertical articulation, which is an item that gets criticized here in design regularly, putting standards in place that create minimums but will lead to, I think, more interesting architecture is going to be critical. I think also the work on parks has been a really concerning item for a long time about how people classify things as parks or open space, and they're really taking just public right-of-way spaces in private zones between buildings and calling it open space. So I think that a lot of the work you did on those sections was rather robust and much appreciated. I think it will serve the community well. I would like to, this is a study session, I would like to ask my colleagues to join me in supporting a handful of items that I'd like to see tweaked or added. And I have a couple of questions for you as well. So I'm going to give you this. Is it easier to give you the sections or just kind of tell you where I'm at? But I'll tell you that there's a few things that I'd like to see us address. In section 9-4.406C3, we have a prohibition on adding curb cuts to 40th and Shellmound streets because of their transit-oriented nature and the future goals of that. I'd like to ask if we evaluated Shellmound Street to be included in that, and if there's any reason why we wouldn't include Shellmound Street in it, since the transit that's on 40th Street inherently connects to Shellmound Street, which connects to all the Transbay bus service and the public market. So if members are supportive, I'd like to also propose that we don't add new curb cuts to Shellmound Street as part of the plan. And I can come back and ask to see if there's a majority support for these at the end. The second is, I just would observe that you've, in section 9-4.704A, for discards with relation to waste management, and dumpsters and whatnot, it refers to a guidebook that I assume either exists or is being modified or created. I think that's a very smart way of allowing flexibility in the development of how we manage that, but it wasn't included in the packet, so I have no idea what it says. So before it comes back for final approval, I would like to see that, because there are buildings in the city where building management rolls dumpsters straight out into bike lanes in particular, and also crosswalks, because there are inadequate spaces around buildings. And I think that if we're going to use a guidebook, I'd like to see that before I was supportive of that as being the guideline in the regs. The third item was 9-4.706, related to residential development. You have a number of items in there, including windows. I appreciate recessing windows, which prevents the accumulation of other types of rot around windows, debris accumulation, things like that at windows. It also keeps them cleaner in some cases. But I would like to be asking my colleagues to support requiring double paned windows on residential. So this wouldn't apply to all the other types of windows you have in the code. But as a city that has a lot of noise impacts, I believe that we have some double and even triple paned windows in the city with proximity to things like the freeway and the train station. But I think that as a baseline standard, there should be double paned windows in a city with as much noise level as ours does, because children have a hard time with sleep and academic development as a result of noise. The next item I'm going to ask for support on tonight will be in 9-5.2004. You have all the minimum and a great objective guidelines. I took family-friendly guidelines and took them out of the design book and codified them in ways that were helpful. You have a lot of stuff on bathrooms. You have a lot of stuff on closets. You have some really good stuff on common areas. Something I've said for a long time with the advent of climate change and the fact that most buildings here do not have or produce air conditioning for people. There are some exceptions. I think every bedroom should have a ceiling fan. I've said that for a long time. Children, especially infants and toddlers, when it's hot here, which isn't often, but has been an increasing problem with wildfire smoke, parents need to keep the windows closed for child air safety. That creates uncomfortable sleeping environments for kids, and I think every bedroom should have a ceiling fan. In 9-5.2009, I appreciate that you created a locked, separated package room. There's a huge problem with mail and package theft, and that's a result of delivery people coming in and just dropping them inside the front door. I also think that, but I noticed that the language doesn't make the mailroom a separate lock room, and I think that when people follow people into the building, they follow a tenant in a multifamily building in, and they now have access. If they have the key to the postal box, they can open the postal box wall. I think if there was a second layer of security, like the mailroom, whether it's in the front or somewhere else in the building, was secured by a separate door with a fob, that we would be doing a service to tenants in Emeryville who currently can be subjected to mail theft very easily, unfortunately. Next is under 9-4.303. There is a map there which shows all the park opportunities in the city. I would just observe that the PG&E building is not listed as a zone, but in our general plan, the PG&E building is intended to be future open space. So I would just evaluate why, I'd like to hear why tonight you haven't included the PG&E building, which is supposed to be open space, why it's not a park opportunity in your plan.
Mayor Bowders,
Yes.
may I respond to that?
Sure.
These regulations are intended to address the green circles on the land use map and in the Parks and Rec strategic plan, which are identified as opportunity sites, park opportunity sites. Those would be on private development projects that are not zoned for open space otherwise.
Okay.
But the PG&E site and also the expanded Doyle Hollis
Doyle
Park
Hollis.
are already zoned for open space.
Okay. So it's not, this is for places that don't have the zoning criteria but could have a park.
That's correct.
Okay, that takes care of that question. Thank you. And then maybe you could help me with the same item on figure 9-4.303C. There's a table that has all the addresses, but for the very northern one, which is currently where the just south of the new Bayview Apartments, so like where the storage building is at 66th and Shellmound, all the addresses say 66th and Bay Street. And I know that's because in Berkeley, it's called Bay Street at the marina, but I don't know if it's called Bay Street at 66th Street.
The assessor still has it as Bay Street. So
Really?
That's probably where that came from.
Okay, so maybe that's just I just noticed it says Bay Street and we have a Bay Street that's not there, so I would just look into whether we should clarify that. And then I have a longer discussion item, so before I do that, I just maybe if my colleagues are amenable, just by a show of hands, because obviously this is just one person's perspective, is there a majority of people who agree that we should eliminate future curb cuts on Shell Street? Okay, there's majority support to do that.
Mayor Bowders?
Yeah.
It's been pointed out to me that that could have implications for the future development of Site B, which is north of the Bay Street Shopping Center.
That one parcel?
Right.
Can we exclude that?
Sure.
Okay, I'd like to recommend that we exclude Site B, which is the one undeveloped parcel on the spot. Is that okay with everybody? Yes, okay, with the understanding that that has to be developed. Okay, the second is, you already answered, you'll bring the guides back. How do people feel about requiring double-paned windows in residential? Strong, yes, yes.
Could I note
Yes.
that that is probably required by the building code, probably for energy requirements as opposed to noise. But I'm not sure if the energy code would require it in every single case, but the energy code will address that issue.
Great, I think it would be great to spell it out. So if we're standing with state law, you want to step up and answer that question?
Thank you. I actually want to discuss the garbage guidelines later on, so.
Oh, okay.
Maybe just skipped over it.
I'll
so
come
we'll-
back to it
yeah.
for you, thank you. So hopefully it's in the energy code, but I see there's support to just make it clear that we're going to require double-paned windows for residential. The next is I'd like to request that we include ceiling fans in all bedrooms. Is there support for that?
You mean wiring for ceiling fans?
No,
Not the-
install a ceiling fan.
I would support the capability, but there's a lot of fans out there, and people might want to pick something.
Well, they could change it if they want with the approval of the landlord, but I would not want to make a tenant responsible for picking a ceiling fan.
Oh, I see. You're thinking about just rentals.
Well, that's the majority of what the new housing multifamily stock would be, and so I want to just be mindful of the baseline.
Sure, that's fine. I support that.
Is there a majority for that? Okay, there's a majority for ceiling fans in bedrooms. The next item was to make sure that mailbox rooms, not just package rooms, are separated and locked. Is there support for that? Okay. You go ahead.
As far as separated and locked, could there be an additional piece that where there can be a key code that can also be accessed as well?
Yeah, so locked meaning electronic, digital, otherwise just accessible only to a resident by a separated mean other than the front door. Okay, Charlie answered my Bay Street question. Before I go to my last item, I'd like to invite Navarre to speak to the garbage guidelines.
Yes, this wasn't included in your package because staff did not have time to put it together. Essentially, it's already exists. It's what we have, and we just don't have it referenced in the code. It's what we use. It's compiled from Alameda County regulations and stuff. It's not a new thing we're developing. It's putting together and compiling all in one packet all the information someone needs regarding discards for the city. The only thing we'd be changing is we had a few very minor things in the code that we thought should be added to the part that explains city regulations. And that would be, I think the only thing, maybe there was something else, but it was the distance from recycling to, a resident has to go to recycling cannot be longer than the distance they have to go to garbage.
Okay.
Right. So but it's not creating anything new, it's just putting a package together. So I'm happy to put it together for you to review, but it's not anything we actually really have the ability to change much in because a lot of it is regulated by the county.
Okay, I appreciate that. I still think for the benefit of everyone, we should see it at some point,
Yeah.
but I appreciate that, and thank you so much. So my last item, which I haven't mentioned yet, is related to the demolition item, and this is the most important item to me. So there have been, prior to all my colleagues joining this council, there have been several applications that have come before us in which old single-family or duplex homes, particularly in the Triangle neighborhood, occupied by long-term residents who are lower income and people of color in most cases, have been proposed for or successfully demolished by property owners who wish to tear them down. There is a need to regenerate and renew housing stock with more environmentally sound materials, with better safety and development architectural styles. I'm supportive of that. However, sometimes there's a balance to be had, and sometimes that happens with very little regard to the families that live there or to the neighborhood in which they're situated. And we've had a couple very colorful council meetings about that. So I read the proposed update to the section, and in 9-5.1206B2, which is the findings section, you've titled it as limited it to, quote, protected residential units, and then you've cited the government code, section 66-300 D2, A through D, which is the section from SB 330 and the Housing Accountability Act. Generally very supportive of it, but it has a weakness, which in my opinion is it doesn't actually protect naturally occurring affordable housing. So it requires under the Housing Accountability Act that it be housing that is affordable by virtue of having some type of a subsidy, being in a program that is otherwise subsidized. And so it doesn't benefit low-income housing that exists but without a subsidy. That was the loophole that we had to wrestle with a developer who wanted to bulldoze a bunch of homes on 47th Street a few years ago. And I just want to ask if there's support from the majority here for you to go back and consider and perhaps bring back as an option for us something that would require an applicant to state the reason for demolition, because this is an objective standard. And I noticed you didn't remove the existing standard language, which included meeting the character of the neighborhood, being, beneficial, things that are very subjective. We didn't remove that. But I think that requiring the applicant to state a reason for demolition and then demonstrating that the cost to rehabilitate a home is actually more expensive than replacing it, and that cost should be evaluated by a third party. That third party should be retained by the city at the cost of the applicant. I think that in order to actually protect existing housing, we should have protections in place, and I don't think that this current draft goes far enough. I see that where subsidies are involved under the Housing Accountability Act, there's a requirement to replace, to offer right of first refusal, to provide temporary assistance. All those things are great, but I'm looking to find a way to ensure that we're not just letting people tear down buildings for the sake of tearing down buildings. Does that make sense to you, or is there an issue that I'm not seeing that you'd like me to address?
No, I think you're correct. The protected units it's not just lower income, it is also rent-controlled units. So there could be this tranche of renter-occupied single-family homes that are not subject to rent control.
Yeah.
And then what the state law says, if, typically the landlords don't know or no longer have the incomes of the previous residents, and so then you switch over to this, it's called the CHAZ data. But yeah, there could be this segment of the population that's not covered by that. Is that correct?
Well, Mayor Bowders, if I may.
You may.
The definition of protected units that's contained in the state law that's referenced there, which comes from SB 330, one of the categories is residential dwelling units that are or were rented by lower or very low income households within the past 5 years. I believe that means naturally occurring affordable housing.
No, this was a conversation I had with the city attorney when we had the 47th Street Homes application. And if you look, and I'm happy to invite the city attorney to weigh in on this, but when we looked at this in the past, those are definitions that aligned with the federalized definition. And so it was a family that had, so if it had previously been a subsidized home, or if the family had been on a voucher in the home in the last 5 years. That was my understanding.
Well, and to clarify, it's not that the unit itself needs to be subsidized, it's that it's occupied
By
by a household with a very low or low income within the last 5 years. And
So you could have a low-income household that is not meeting the federally subsidized qualifications or definition, and they would be, and if there wasn't one in that household in the last 5 years, and in the case of the homes that were proposed for demolition, I believe 3 of the 4 had families that had been continuously there for 20 years. Navarre, if you'd like to come up and speak.
I cannot speak to the exact definition, federal versus state or anything like that, but in terms of the project on 47th Street, it was not actually, these rules did not apply to it because it was submitted before those went into effect by like 3 or 4 months. It was very close.
Yeah, it was
and
like 2 weeks.
And that was, yeah, it was really close, yeah. So that was the reason that we weren't able to apply this. And I think had the application been just a little bit different in timing, it would have had a different outcome.
Okay, so fair enough. I would just like to have that evaluated further and have that brought back, if there's support from the majority, to confirm that we're not going to have a gap with low-income housing members who are not eligible for or receiving rent control or federal assistance who are going to be subjected to having their home demolished by a property manager or owner. Is there a majority support for requesting that that be evaluated further, or anybody wish to debate it further? Okay, so there's majority support. If you could just bring back clarification on that. I just don't want to leave that. And I think that capping that at 10 units, so this is applicable to a very specific part of our community, right, that we're looking to apply that, that particular provision at that level. Member Pryforce.
Mayor Bowders, I'm going to let you continue with your assessments, and then I'll share my observations.
That was my last item, so
Okay.
there's majority support, so if you'd like to go ahead, go ahead.
Sure. So just from the top of my head, and just some things to consider, and these are the things that residents have shared with me, and I have consistently brought up in our council meetings. Parcel lockers. The issue with them. I remember watching a video of, I think it was Bridgewater, where someone broke into Bridgewater, and they have a locked mailroom. And so, and many other packages were stolen, I believe around the holidays. And so that doesn't solve the problem. Parcel lockers absolutely solves the problem. And so having enough space in the mailrooms for parcel lockers to be installed, whether they be provided by the property manager, owner, landlord, or something that they eventually add on. But having that space is something that's really important. And it's something that I've raised with, even with new developments. Security cameras. Security cameras is something that has popped up. When Councilmember Mora mentioned the ceiling fans that many property managers have said that they never designed their buildings to include security cameras. And so having security cameras there being really important, at least being able to have the wiring there. So whether they are actually security cameras where the footage is stored on-site or cloud-based, or stealth monitoring where there's 24/7 monitoring. That's a thing that has popped up. Entryways, button-activated entryways that we go above and beyond ADA. That we actually have button-operated entryways for our wheelchair accessible residents, and that being an issue that I constantly am dealing with. That unfortunately the gates are getting heavier and harder to open, and for many of them, that is how they solve security issues. But it's harder for people to get their doors open. So at least if the wiring is there, it may break down from time to time, but at least if the wiring is there, I think that would be fantastic. And Councilmember Mora may be able to chime in as well, but he and I have talked a lot, and I think maybe even Councilmember Carr about chargers in the parking lots, and that with Governor Newsom's demand that we switch over to increased electrical vehicle use, that electrical chargers being available, and that's something that I would like to see renters be able to have access to in the future, and not just the homeowner occupied units where they can install them per their preference, and so renters being able to switch over to electric vehicle and be able to charge their car is something that's also it pops up a lot in my conversations with residents. So those are the things that are just top of my head have come up. Thank you.
And just to confirm for Councilmember Pryforce's comments, we do require buildings to be conduit ready for EVs. Is that correct? So they can add more as vehicles grow. Is that planning staff? Can you answer that?
Yes, that is in the current planning regulations. It's tied to the building code. It says, actually, the building code requires a certain number of spaces to be EV ready. our code requires them to actually have EV chargers. It's a certain percentage, and it increases with every new building code cycle. And our planning regulations just simply reference to the building code so that whenever the building code changes, our planning
Ours
requirement
goes up as
increases.
that goes
Yes.
up.
If I may also just comment on the push buttons for the doors.
Yes.
That, I believe, is required now by the ADA.
Yes.
Some older buildings don't have it, but if they were built today, they would have to have those buttons.
Member Carr.
Councilmember Pryforce, are you finished with, okay, in that case, yes. This is again for the stock, the newer stock, not the existing stock.
Correct.
Correct. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay. Do you have any, this is a study session, do you have any additional pieces of feedback you're wishing to receive from us?
No, this has been very helpful.
Okay, Navarre, is that you got everything you need to? Do you have anything that you'd like to follow up on from staff? Or Charlie? Charlie's good. You're good, okay. All right, well, thank you so much for being here, and thanks to my colleagues for weighing in on that, and we look forward to seeing a product soon. Thank you so much. Okay. Madam Clerk, the time is 6:42. The meeting is adjourned. All right, we're now on to our special meeting. Time is 6:43. I'd like to call to order the City Council of the City of Emeryville for a special meeting. This meeting can be being conducted in a hybrid format. Members of the public who wish to participate in this meeting can join us at 1333 Park Avenue here at the Emeryville Civic Center, or you may join us via Zoom using the link provided for in today's agenda. Please note, Madam Clerk, that all members do remain present for this meeting. This time I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
I move approval of the final agenda.
Second.
There's a motion by Welch and a second by Carr to approve agenda. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Carr,
Aye.
Councilmember Mora,
Aye.
Councilmember Pryforce,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Welch,
Aye.
and Mayor Bowders.
Aye. Next up is ex parte communications. Are there any members here who have had an ex parte communication with an applicant for any of the items on the agenda today? Member Pryforce.
Yes, I had a ex parte communication with Gloria, yes, so that would be the only one.
Okay. Same for the application for the Public Art Committee as well, Gloria. All right. Move on to the action items. So welcome to all the members of the public who are here today, and thank you so much for taking the time to apply to serve on one of our resident advisory committees or commissions. I want to outline how this process goes this evening. First of all, congratulations for choosing to serve and offering your time to serve the city of Emeryville. We're a better community because of people like you who serve us, and our resident committees offer very meaningful opportunities for you to become more knowledgeable and involved in the work we do here in the city, and to provide input on stuff like you just saw, study session. The resident advisory committees from the Park Committee, the Housing Committee, and the Planning Commission all provided input on our development objective standards that we're revising. We do that every so many years, and their feedback and input with the consultants and staff afford us the opportunity to further that process along, which will improve housing, the quality of housing, the park space we have, the way our sidewalks and streets are designed, things that we all use every day that we can sometimes take for granted, but are really important to making this a livable community. So your interest in serving here is meaningful and helpful. We have a whole bunch of committees this evening, and the way this works is we will take the committees first and the Planning Commission second. And when I call for each committee, I will I'll ask if, I'll call for the applicants by name. Just let me know if you're here. If you're joining us electronically for some reason, you can also just raise your hand electronically when I call your name. Each member of the public for a committee gets 2 minutes to just let us know. Generally speaking, the question is, why are you interested in serving on this committee? What qualifications or experience you might have that you think would be beneficial to being a member of the committee, and then any other item that you'd like to let us know in the 2 minutes. When the 2 minutes are up, it's not because we don't like you, but the little clock will sound, and it's to manage the time and ensure that there's equal time for everybody. When your 2 minutes are up, I will thank you regardless of where you're at in your statement, and invite you to take a seat. After we've interviewed the applicants for each committee. There's an opportunity for the members of the public to comment on applicants. So sometimes somebody shows up and a neighbor says, I know Mary Smith very well, and she's always, trying to make the city greener. I think she'd be great for the park committee. There's an opportunity for public comment. When that's concluded, then the council members will have a discussion about appointments. There are, for some of these positions, more applicants than there are openings. So what I would just say is, as a former committee member myself a decade ago, if you don't get selected for a committee tonight, don't take that as some sort of statement or indictment about your qualifications. It just means that there's a lot of good people ready to serve today. And we encourage you to apply again. The city clerk's office has a practice of holding your application open on file for 12 months, and they will contact you if an opening comes up to see if you're still interested. We do have people who from time to time move out of town, they need to leave, or other good things happen in their life. They have a baby, they change jobs, and they decide that the time commitment with the committee conflicts with something they need to do at home. And so we sometimes have unexpected openings that we call a list for. The last thing I'll notice that there are several committees here for which there are not enough applicants. You'll notice there are 2 or 3 on the agenda where there are 3 or 4 seats and only 1 or 2 applicants. It doesn't mean those committees suck. It just means that fewer people expressed a personal interest in it. So when you hear the other applicants tonight, you might want to stick around because you may be interested in a committee you didn't know existed or hadn't really thought about yourself serving on. And you're welcome to apply for that committee after you leave here tonight, because we will do a new call for vacancies that exist after appointments. Okay, hopefully I've answered 7 years of doing this. I've answered all the questions that are in your minds about how is this going to go in the next 30 minutes. So let's get things started, and we'll start first with the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee. So item 6.1.1, I call to order, is a appointment of at least 1 business representative or community member and up to 3 community members themselves, so a total of 4 people, to serve on the BPAC for a term that commences July 1st of this year and ends June 30th of 2025, and to amend the local roster therefore. And I want to thank the clerk's office for the amazing spreadsheet they made. Lorraine, I know you're watching in electronic land. You're my hero, because this is going to make it so much better for me to follow along. So we have 4 applicants, and we have 4 spaces, and we have 7 applicants. So just show me with hands if you're here. Is Joshua Cohen here? Okay, is Jacqueline Haar here? I've just got to check online. Okay, is Rachel Hertog here? Laura McCamey? Jesse Olson? Robert Prinz? I see Jesse Olson online. And Matthew Solomon. Okay, so I see Solomon, Olson, and Cohen are here. So we'll start with those 3 for being here on time. Thank you so much. So Joshua Cohen, you're the petri dish for the rest of the room. Come on up, and you're going to have 2 minutes. The clerk, you'll hear it start. You just get 2 minutes to introduce yourself and your interest, and we'll go from there.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Josh Cohen. I work in Emeryville. I've worked here for the past 1.5 years. I live in Oakland, about 20 feet from the Emeryville border in the city limits development. I'd like to be considered for the Bike Pedestrian Advisory Committee. Emeryville is well on its way in reputation and action to being a great city to walk and bike in. I want to be a part of making the city everything it can be while protecting all vulnerable road users trying to go about their lives. I get around almost exclusively by bike, on foot, and by transit, and I want to make it safe for everyone of all ages and abilities to feel comfortable doing so in a low-stress way. The new active transit plan is an incredible step in the right direction, and it would be an honor to be a small part of building Emeryville into the world-class city and regional leader on tackling the climate, mobility justice, and street safety crises we face today. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today and for your consideration for being a member on the BPAC.
And that, folks, is how you do it. Good job. Thank you so much. The next person I'd like to invite to speak will be Matthew Solomon.
Thank you, Mayor and Council members. My name is Matthew Solomon, and I'm excited to apply for another term on BPAC. I joined BPAC 2 years ago after moving to Emeryville in 2019. It's been a wonderful opportunity to learn more about and contribute to the city's development and safety, and to connect with my smart and dedicated neighbors. Professionally, I work at a think tank focused on climate change. Through this work, I know well the necessity for increasing sustainable transportation options and the health, climate, and economic benefits of improving bike and pedestrian infrastructure. We've had a productive last 2 years, including my last year as the chair. We're nearing finishing the ATP and starting work on the wayfinding plan, in addition to providing input to development projects. In the next 2 years, I hope to continue on these projects, in addition to focusing on increasing participation in and diversity of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. The next person I'd like to invite to speak will be Jesse Olson, who's joining us online. Madam Clerk, would you please promote Jesse Olson to speaking privileges? Okay, Jesse, you have to accept unmute. There you go. Go ahead and speak.
Hi there. My name is Jesse Olson. I am a pedestrian, a cyclist, a public transit user, and a car driver. I'm an East Oakland native. I commute to and from Emeryville every day. I've participated in East Bay Bike Party since 2012. I work with volunteers now on rides. I founded a bike party in Blacksburg, Virginia in 2014. I moved back to Oakland in 2017, started volunteering at Biketopia Community Workshop. We moved our annex location to 1501 Powell Street by the Amtrak station in March of 2020, which is also the time when I started working in Emeryville. I work down the street from City Hall, across the body shop. I'm currently a member at Biketopia, where we work to help keep bikes out of the trash, help people find bikes that are the right fit for their lifestyle, help people learn how to fix bikes, and more generally, help to demystify the biking experience. I recently learned about BPAC while volunteering at the Energizer station at Horton and Stanford, where I helped to assemble the smoothie machine. I believe I also met Matt, who just spoke. And why am I here today? Why do I want to participate? Well, the seemingly increased road aggression has inspired me to be more active in promoting a safe, efficient, and convenient transportation infrastructure. Today, we're all trying to get places via form of transportation. And as a pedestrian, cyclist, public transit user, and car driver, I want to help to make this commute safer and more accessible for everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. I will call one more time. Is Jacqueline Haar here? Is Rachel Hertog here? Laura McCamey? And Robert Prince. Okay, so we have heard from the applicants who were able to make it. Members, you will recall that the applications of all members are in the packet and online for us to view. So at this time, I will now move to public comment. This is item 6.1.1. Any member of the public wishing to comment on the appointment of members of the community to the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee for a 2-year term will have 2 minutes to do so. A non-applicant who wishes to comment has 2 minutes. Is there any member present here who would like to comment? Mr. Suter, you can come on up and give 2 minutes of comment.
I just wanted to comment that for all applicants, they have to also recognize they must meet in person, not online.
Thank you. It's an important note, actually, that our meetings, because the COVID pandemic has ended, our meetings are in person. Recognize Brian Donahue online for 2 minutes, please, Madam Clerk.
Regarding the BPAC, keep seeing the cycling the same names requesting to be on the BPAC over and over and over again, and I think that's by design. This council has actively pushed back against people with different ideas, like they're critical of, for instance, the active transportation plan. All we hear is praise of it, but we should be forwarding people that are critical of it. Like, for instance, the active transportation plan does not keep bicyclists safe on bike boulevards. And we know that because it can't define a bike boulevard. A bike boulevard has no definition according to the active transportation plan. And there's no mechanism to protect bicycle safety on bike boulevards because there is no limit to the number of vehicles that can use a bike boulevard, like there is now with the existing plan. And by the way, the city of Oakland has a maximum of 1,500 vehicle trips per day on their bike boulevards, and they test with annual traffic counts to find out if their bike boulevards have too much traffic. Here in Emeryville, we do it biannually, and it's twice the amount of vehicles, 3,000, except Mayor Bowders has said no to doing the biannual traffic counts anymore. And with the active transportation plan, we'll completely get rid of the traffic counts entirely. So the citizens and the people and the decision makers will have no idea if the bicyclists are safe or unsafe on these things called bike boulevards in the future. And the city will also be able to define what a bike boulevard is. There's no definition. Now we have a definition. It means cars allowed, but bikes preferred transportation corridor. But with the active transportation plan, you won't be able to say that because there's no way to define what a bike boulevard is because there's no metric. Every person that you're interviewing here wants to.
Thank you for your comment. Are there other members of the public who wish to comment on item 6.1.1? Okay, public comment is closed, and I'll turn to the committee or the council for discussion. Just have a quick clarifying question, Madam Clerk. Or staff, is there a restriction on members from the city of Oakland being on this committee in any way? I heard one member say that they lived in Oakland. I just want to confirm there's no limit under the rules for that. Lorraine is here. I'll ask Lorraine. She's the expert on this.
The qualifications for the community member is if they either reside or work in Emeryville, and the ones that do live in Oakland also work in Emeryville.
Work in Emeryville, so they're qualified. Okay, great. Thank you so much for clarifying. Okay, members, it's open to discussion. There are 4 positions to appoint. One of them can be a business rep or community member. The other 3 must be community members. Is there anybody who'd like to kick off with discussion on anything you'd like to say? Member Pryforce?
I would just like to say that it's a bit disappointing that many of those who, using their names alone, and I apologize if I misgendered them, that many of the women didn't show up, and I think that that's something that we should take a look at, is finding ways to encourage more women to join our committees, and so I think the women who are already, or those who identify as women or trans women or non-gender on our committees, it's just it's good to have those, not just who identify as men or trans men. Thanks.
Thank you. Others who wish to give comment? Nobody? Is there anybody who'd like to propose or nominate anybody? Member Mora, you wish to comment? Go ahead.
I'd like to nominate Josh Cohen.
Okay, we have a nomination for Josh Cohen. Is that for, I'm assuming it doesn't matter at this point which column you put him in, right?
Yeah, any.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to hold Josh Cohen. I'm going to hold it open to see if I can get one motion for the sanity of the clerk to call only one roll. Is there anyone else that folks would like to nominate?
Sure, I'll nominate Matthew Solomon.
Okay, is there a second to putting him on the list?
I second.
Okay, so we have Joshua Cohen and Matthew Solomon. Others who have preferred candidates? Don't all jump at once.
I would like to nominate Jesse Olson.
Okay, we have Jesse Olson. Is there a second to that recommendation?
I'll second.
Second.
Okay, so I have 3. Is there anybody who would like to try to help me close the deal?
I'd like to nominate Rob Prince.
Okay, is there a second to that?
I second.
I would like to nominate. I'd like to nominate Jacqueline Haar, or Laura McCamey, and I'll just say why, because I think I love Rob Prince. He does an excellent job at Bike East Bay. He has a really important role in the community as an educator and an advocate, and he is an Emeryville resident, and he just moved here, and I think that's great, actually. But I do agree with the earlier comment that was made that there should be more female representation and female identifying representation on this committee. And Laura McCamey works at CalBike, and Jacqueline Haar has been a solid member on this committee in the past. And you don't know Rachel Hertog, but I regret that neither of them are here. But I think we could explain to Mr. Prince why we selected somebody else to serve in this spot, because he has a lot of great advocacy and he comes to these meetings all the time. So is there any openness or willingness to consider a different appointment? Does anybody have a thought on that?
I will second your motion for Laura, if that's a motion that you're making, or if you're amending the motion.
Right now we're just collecting nominations. So Would you be willing to make a motion to appoint Joshua Cohen, Laura McCamey, Jesse Olson, and Matthew Solomon?
Yes, I will so move.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
I second.
Okay, there's a motion made by Councilmember Carr and seconded by Vice Mayor Welch to appoint Joshua Cohen, Jesse Olson, Laura McCamey, and Matthew Solomon to a term of 2 years on the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Carr,
Aye.
Councilmember Mora,
Nay.
Councilmember Pryforce,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Welch,
Aye.
and Mayor Bowders.
Aye. Okay, thank you, and congratulations to the members, current and new, of the committee. And thank you to people who have previously served as well. All right, the next item up is the Budget Advisory Committee, 6.1.2. And for the Budget Advisory Committee, we have 3 openings, one for a business representative, a second for a business representative with a shorter term, and a third for a city labor representative. There's only one application here. It's for a business representative, Kirsten Walraven. And Kirsten, would you like to come up briefly? And you're already on the committee, but come up and give you 2 minutes to tell everybody why you want to continue serving.
Hi, thank you for having me. I wanted to continue to serve. I've had one term, and I really enjoyed the term. I've been here for 13 years now, and I think I have a good rapport with the city team members and the rest of the council or the committee to help vet and go through everything that's brought to the committee. So I've just really enjoyed it personally and professionally as well. And I would just love to continue to do that. And I am a member with the business community. I'm with Wareham. So
Thank you.
you.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, there are no other applicants. We'll call for public comment. A member of the public wishing to comment on item 6.1.2 has 2 minutes to do so. Seeing no members present, we have Brian Donahue online. Please recognize him for 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
The mayor just cut me off the last time I spoke before I finished my sentence. However, people watching here it's common knowledge that the mayor will allow just about everybody, I will say everybody except for me, to complete their sentence. And some people he likes especially, he will allow several sentences beyond the time cutoff. But with me, he mutes me precisely as the second hand hits the 12 mark. So he doesn't have to like me. The mayor doesn't have to like me. But the Public Records Act requires that he treats me fairly and equitably, just like everybody else, even if he doesn't like me personally or he doesn't like the comments I'm making. I'm a critic of the mayor and of other public policies coming out of Emeryville. And I know that you guys collectively don't like to hear the criticism and you don't like accountability. I understand that. But you have to treat people fairly and equitably. So I want everybody listening to this to note that every time that Mayor Bowders lets people finish their sentences when they're public commenting, and whereas he will not allow me to finish my sentence, but he doesn't have that right to do that because that's a violation of the Public Records Act. He's constrained by the Public Records Act, but he doesn't like it, so he just violates it. And so that's it's not democratic, and it really is indicative. It shows us how the mayor is wound, and he doesn't like accountability. He doesn't like transparency, and he will silence critics in an unfair manner. So I'm crying foul to that.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any other members of the public who wish to comment on 6.1.2? Okay, seeing none, we'll turn to discussion and debate. Are there any members who wish to debate the appointment? I'd like to make a motion to appoint Kirsten Walraven to a term as the business representative with a term ending in 2025 to the Budget Advisory Committee.
I second.
Is there further discussion? Motion by Bowders, second by Welch to appoint Kirsten Walraven. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Carr,
Aye.
Councilmember Mora,
Aye.
Councilmember Pryforce,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Welch,
Aye.
and Mayor Bowders.
Aye. Thank you and welcome back. Okay, we'll move to 6.1.3, which is the Commission on Aging. And for this one, we have, let's see. We have 1, 2, 3. I'm sorry, I skipped one. No, that is correct. We have 5 positions. We have 1, 2, 3 for terms that commence now and end next year. So they're mid-cycle appointments. And we have 2 that have terms that end in 2025. So there's a full term of 2 years remaining for them. And we have 5 applicants. Is Mary Lee Moringa here? Hello. Beatrice Rosales. John Suter is here. Renee Turlette. And Walt Watman. I know that Walt was online earlier. I see Walt online. Okay, so let's start by inviting Mary Lee Moringa. Come on up, and we'll give you 2 minutes to let us know about your interest in the Commission on Aging. Welcome.
Mayor, members of the council, and staff that are attending this evening, thank you for your time. My husband and I moved to Emeryville in November of 2021. We actively chose to move to this community for a number of reasons that we won't go into now. But I would point out to you that I have always been a volunteer with the elder community and with seniors, and I started when I was 15 years of age. And in those positions, I was always a doer. I was an advocate, I was an educator, I was a handholder, I was a companion, whatever I could do to help out that population. Recently, in talking with John Suter, I realized that there was a chance for me to get involved at a level further upstream from that and actually kind of look at policy and help make recommendations about policy. So I applied to the Commission on Aging, and that's where I am right now. That's why I want to participate. It's a chance to do a little bit more in my community than just as an individual volunteer. I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being here. I'll invite next John Suter.
I'm not going to shoot from the hip. And nor am I going to do one of the rapid fire ones I've been known for. I thank you. I'm applying for reappointment. My 4-year tenure as a member of the Commission on Aging expired last Friday. I've found my range of advocacy has expanded exponentially during these many months. Recently, assuming the role of chairperson, my focus has been to stimulate members to bring forward discussion topics based on concerns and needs expressed by Emeryville's aging citizens. My intent is identifying the COA as a destination for any citizen seeking answers or actions for the advancement of conditions found insufficient. My current priorities encompass equity in all its abstract definitions, yet necessarily with Emeryville's seniors in the center. In addition, I have elevated my concerns about the majority of seniors struggling with disabilities, whether emotional, financial, cognitive, or physical. With your selection, I will continue my effort to raise my bar and the COA's quality of equity, advice, and recommendation. However, I'm not through yet. Before I close, I wish to state that I look forward to welcoming the new members that you have and will be selecting tonight, and those seniors who volunteered to join the Commission on Aging in the future. In addition, I want to thank all members past and present for their diligent work through the COVID years and daily challenges. Speaking to those viewing these proceedings, I'm speaking to you out there. Please apply and join us to make a difference, advancing the quality of life for all seniors residing within our corner of the Bay. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Suter. Next, I'd like to ask if the clerk would please promote for speaking Walt Watman and recognize Walt Watman for 2 minutes. Dr. Watman, welcome.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I can't actually see him.
Oh, you can't?
Would you be able to do that?
Yeah, I can do that for you. Hold on. Okay. Dr. Watman, when you can unmute, you go ahead and take... There you go.
Can you hear me okay?
We can. Go ahead.
Oh, good. Well, hi, everybody. Glad to be here again. I'm not sure whether or not this statement that I submitted in requesting a reappointment was read to you folks. Was it read by any chance?
Members of the council received any written statements in advance of the meeting? Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm having trouble hearing hearing you clearly, John. But in any case, the reason I'm requesting reappointment is what I sent in as in writing to have read to you guys. I've been on the committee for a year. Really, very much enjoyed serving, and hope I have contributed to the well-being of seniors in the community. I think I have, and I'd like to continue to do so. There are several projects that are happening right now that I'm supporting, and a new one in particular that I'm very interested in is the issue of loneliness and aloneness, particularly for seniors, consistent with our Surgeon General's comments about the pandemic nature of that for everybody, but certainly for seniors as well. So with that, I'm simply asking you guys to vote to reappoint me for another, was it 2-year term? I guess it is. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Wattman. Is Beatrice Rosales here? And is Renee Turlette here? Okay, so we've heard from the applicants who are available this evening. Now is the time for public comment. A member of the public who wishes to comment on item 6.1.3 for appointment to the Commission on Aging has 2 minutes to do so. Any members of the public here who wish to comment on this item? Okay, seeing none and there are no hands raised, public comment is closed. And we'll turn to discussion. Is there any member here who would like to open discussion or make recommendations? We have 5 applicants. We have 6 positions, but we have different timelines for term on each of them.
I'm actually grateful that the Commission on Aging has more applicants. I think we had to get the numbers down from 9 to 7. So thank you so much for stepping forward and serving on this committee. Can we appoint them all since we have?
You can appoint them all. Sometimes the council does not appoint people who have not interviewed before, but that's not binding on this. You can nominate to appoint anybody you like who's on the list and applied.
In that case, I would like to make a motion to appoint all the members that have applied.
Okay. And is there a
Council
second to
member
Member Pryforce?
Actually, I have a comment. Yeah. So the Commission on Aging is a very difficult committee to fill, and so I do want to thank everyone who's applying to be a part of the commission. I want to especially recognize John Suiters, your leadership in getting this commission sort of through hard times during the pandemic, as you mentioned, but also just pushing us to recognize the accessibility needs that are really important for this commission, including, I believe, shrinking the number that is required for a quorum. And I also want to appreciate your email on equity. As many of you who may or may not be familiar with me, hi, I'm Councilman Pryforce, and I like equity. And I appreciate what you have shared to the council on your views on equity. And if you ever want a cheat sheet, and I appreciate some of you who have mentioned the word equitable and equity in your statements, if you want a cheat sheet on me, adding equity, recognizing equity as a part of this work of public service is important. And so I just want to say thank you for what you shared and what you learned being in your leadership role. So thank you. And yeah, it's unfortunate that many other than Mary Lee weren't here, but I'm hoping that we are able to understand that that's the reason why sometimes it's difficult for many of them. And I know that some of them are actually out of town. So thank you.
Member Mora.
Just a comment, I really enjoyed hearing the passion, enthusiasm, and kind of the personal interests of Mary Lee and you to the committee, and then also the perspective of Dr. Walt Wattman, and thank you, John, for your continued service. I would support the 3 individuals we just heard from. Unfortunately, I don't feel able to make a decision on the other two applicants.
Okay. Others who want to provide comment? There's a motion. Let me ask you a question, Member Moore. If we included Beatrice Rosales, who is an incumbent and a member of the committee and has done really good work with the committee, and I know that I'm probably one of the only people who remembers her appointment and so can speak to that. Would you be okay with that in the absence of her being here? Was that
Yes.
something you could support? Is that something that you would support, or would you still want to move all five?
If
He's
Renee is
the only
going to
one.
withdraw, she's the only one we have not heard from, and she's not served as an incumbent, so we don't know her record or if she has served on any other committees. I would still like to give her a chance because this committee has not had people on it, and then if she chooses to withdraw, then that's fine. We can do that, and then I'll defer to my colleagues for anything. Yes, Councilman. I'm sorry.
yeah.
Go ahead.
Vice Mayor Welch.
Any applicant who was no longer interested in seeking an appointment would have needed to withdraw their application by now, correct?
Is that correct, Madam Clerk? Yes.
So Renee would still, if she was going to withdraw her application, she would have done it by now. So she is still.
She's.
I just want to be clear. I don't believe Renee identifies as female, so I just think we
Oh.
should just refer to Renee as Renee.
Okay, thank you for
Yeah.
correcting me on that. Yes, in that case, I would like to move all five, and then if there's an amended motion, I'm fine with hearing that.
Okay, there's a motion.
I'd like to second.
There's just a second. There's debate on the motion. Go ahead.
I just have a practical question. Do we think that the committee would have difficulties making quorum if we only moved forward with 4?
Well, the committee, we did several things earlier this year. The committee lost 4 members due to COVID concerns about in-person attendance and the ability to attend. We reduced the number of people on the committee to help them obtain and keep quorum. And then we reduced the number of years for a term because there was a need to more regularly review that at the request of the committee. So we've taken a number of steps. So there's a good basis to fill these positions while we have the opportunity. And if the committee was to come back to us and let us know that circumstances have changed, I feel very confident in Mr. Suter's ability to let us know that if that was the situation.
Thanks. I would like to introduce a substitute motion for the 4, minus Renee.
Okay, there's a substitute motion to nominate 4 members. Is there a second to the substitute motion? Okay, the substitute motion dies for a lack of a second. The primary motion was made by Councilmember Carr, seconded by Councilmember Pryforce to appoint all 5 members. As a detail, Member Carr, do you care which 2 members get the 2025 end date?
I will let someone else.
If I recommended that they be John Suter and Dr. Wattman, is that okay with you?
Yes.
Okay, so that is the motion. Is that the second, Member Pryforce? You agree?
I'm more for Beth Rosales. For the second.
It's Beatrice Rosales.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Beatrice Rosales. Yes, but I know it's Beth Rosales. I'll be more for John Suter and Beth Rosales.
Okay,
Yes,
so
especially since she identifies as female and she's Asian, and we need more Asian representation in our leadership.
okay, would you accept that as the motion?
Sure, yes, I'm sure that either one of them could go on serving the continued term. But yes, that is fine with me as the amended.
Is there further he's already seconded the motion. So there's a primary motion made by Councilmember Carr, seconded by Councilmember Pryforce, to appoint John Suter and Beatrice Rosales to terms ending in 2025, Mary Lee Moringa, Renee Turlette, and Dr. Walt Wattman to terms ending in 2024. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Carr?
Aye.
Councilmember Mora?
Aye.
Councilmember Pryforce?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Welch?
Aye.
And Mayor Bowders?
Aye, thank you, and congratulations and welcome to all the members of the commission. Okay, we'll move to item 6.1.4, which is the Economic Development Advisory Committee, and we have appointing 1 person as a resident and up to 2 people as small business representatives. And we have 4 applicants. And let's see, we have, let me ask, is Marshall Huggins here?
Online, Mayor.
Marshall is online, okay. David Kritzberg? I don't see David. Taryn Siegel? And Kyle Weddington. Kyle's here. Okay, so Kyle is not eligible as a small business rep. He's only eligible as a resident. And so I'm going to invite Kyle to come first. If you'd like to come on up, Kyle, and you have 2 minutes to introduce yourself.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Thank you for this opportunity. My name's Kyle Weddington. I am a fairly new resident of Emeryville. I moved here just about a year ago, and back in August of 2022 from Ohio. I followed my fiance to Berkeley Law School. In Ohio, I did 2 years at the state level doing economic development at the state, but I also have experience doing historic preservation work with our architectural historic buildings and doing Main Street community and economic development in my small hometown in Ohio, as well as working with the council there. I'm very passionate about community and economic development. Ever since I was a young man, I met leaders such as yourselves in my own community, and it really inspired me because I saw the power that a small community can do for those who are disenfranchised. My hometown was struck really hard by the 2008 recession, and they saw the largest employer leave, so they really felt the impact of an undiversified economy. So I really feel strongly about creating a diversified economy because I believe that economic development, when used as a tool and used thoughtfully, can be monumental in helping those residents who are the most disenfranchised. And I hope that with my experience, I can bring a fresh perspective, but I also have a lot to learn, and I completely understand that. And I hope that I can learn from all of you and everyone else who is on the commission and the committee. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Before you walk away, what town in Ohio?
Wilmington, Ohio.
Okay. My sister-in-law is from Wilmington, Ohio. We'll have to talk later.
That's
yes.
Incredible. That's awesome. Small world.
Yes, I'm lived in Munson Township myself. Okay, so let's next call on Marshall Huggins. Marshall is online. Do you have the ability to promote now? Yep. Okay. Hi, Marshall. Go ahead.
Hi. Good evening, everybody. I'm sorry I'm outside. If you see extra noise, but yeah, I'm Marshall. This year will probably be the 18th year as a City of Emeryville resident, and I too have a passion for economic development and particularly the small businesses here in Emeryville. I'm interested in particularly around disadvantaged local businesses here in Emeryville, and that's really about it. I do have a lot to say. I need to learn more. I need to understand what the policies are, and just want to see, how more local businesses can take advantage of some of the open local, the bidding, the contracts that are happening here. And I just love to just have a seat at the table, understand, and share my ideas as well.
Thank you very much. Okay, last call, is David Kritzberg here? And is Taryn Siegel here? Okay, now is the time for public comment. Members of the public who wish to comment on the Economic Development Advisory Committee appointments will have 2 minutes to do so. Is there any member here present who would like to comment? Okay, seeing and hearing none, and there are no hands online. Public comment is closed, and I'll turn to discussion. Members, we have 1 position for a resident. The only applicant not eligible to be a resident is Taryn Siegel, who is only a small business rep, and the only person who can only be a resident is Kyle Weddington. He's not eligible under the small business rep rules. Is there anybody who'd like to open discussion or make suggestions? Member Pryforce.
I like the idea of Marshall being the resident rep and Kyle Weddington being the small business rep.
Kyle cannot be a small business rep.
Oh, so he can only be a resident.
Only be a resident.
Okay, and then Marshall will
be a small business rep.
There you go.
Okay.
Thank you.
So there's 2 nominations there, and there's a 3rd seat for a 2nd small business rep. David Kritzberg and Taryn Siegel are both incumbents. Neither of them are here today. I'll just observe that David Kritzberg comes to the BizNexus events. He participates in the Emeryville Organic Garden and other pro-economic development activities that have happened here in the city in the time that I've been on the council. So I'm happy to forward his name to fill the seat because I've seen him active in the work that we do. I will make a motion. Okay. I will make a motion to appoint Marshall Huggins and David Kritzberg as small business representatives to the Economic Development Advisory Committee and Kyle Weddington as a resident to the Economic Development Advisory Committee.
I second.
Thank you. Motion by Bowders and second by Welch to make those recommendations and appointments. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Carr.
Aye.
Councilmember Mora.
Aye.
Councilmember Pryforce.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Welch.
Aye.
And Mayor Bowders.
Aye. Thank you and congratulations and welcome to Emeryville. All right, next is the Housing Committee. A resolution of the City Council appointing one community member for a term that will end in 1 year and up to 5 members for a term that will end in 2 years. And this has 6 spots and 5 applicants. Is Martin Leung here? Ned Resnikoff is here. Sarah Snaga. Janet Shui. Erica Zepko.
Janet is online, Mayor.
Janet is online. Great. I see you, Janet. We'll start with Ned Resnikoff. Come on up, and you have 2 minutes. Good evening.
Evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm a fairly new Emeryville resident, but I've really admired this city from not so far away for a very long time. And very, very happy to live here now. Just the vibrancy of the city, the diversity of the city, and also I think it follows a lot of housing best practices that unfortunately a lot of other cities in California, including some other ones that I've lived in, do not. Some of you may know I'm the policy director of California YIMBY. That's Yes in My Backyard. We advocate for more housing statewide to solve the housing crisis. I also have a background in homelessness policy. My last job before California YIMBY was at the Benioff Homelessness and Housing Initiative, and really providing housing for everyone, but especially for low-income people, the neediest among us, and of course unhoused people is really what brought me into this work and continues to be a driving passion of mine. So I would love to, in addition to my state work, really bring that to my community and serve the community at the local level. I hope that my knowledge of state policy and state housing policy could be useful to Emeryville, but really I'm just very eager to serve the community that my partner and I are making our home. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, I'd like to recognize Janet for 2 minutes, and Janet is online. Good evening, Janet.
Okay. Evening. Can you hear me?
Hey, can you speak just a little louder?
Okay. Let me make my mic go a little louder.
That's great, right there.
Right there?
Yep.
Okay, great. Hi, City Council members and Mayor of Emeryville. I'm Janet Shi, and I am a project architect and designer with almost 10 years of experience with a minor in city planning and sustainability. I've been looking for ways to volunteer my time back to the city of Emeryville, which I have called home for the last 8 years. I think serving on the Housing Committee would use what I've learned in my career so far about the built environment to better solve and understand the issue of housing. Although most of my work in the last 5 years have been in commercial and workplace design, these two sectors have drastically changed since the pandemic. These sectors are now looking to convert commercial workplace buildings into residential housing, as the pandemic has blurred the lines of where we live and where we work. The definition of housing is ever changing now post-pandemic. We not only use our house to sleep and eat, but now to work most of the time, all the more making it more important to make it available to everyone. This blurring of the lines between work and home has piqued my interest in housing and policies regarding housing. I'm looking forward to serving my city as a committee member. Thank you for this opportunity and your time.
Thank you, Janet. Okay, last call for Martin Leung. Sarah Smaga is how I see it pronounced on the actual online application. and Erica Zepko. Okay, so we'll turn to public comment. A member of the public who wishes to comment on item 6.1.5 has 2 minutes to do so. Are there any members here wishing to comment on this item? We have one hand raised online. Please recognize Brian Donahue for 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't catch the gentleman's name that spoke first, the white guy. But I will say this, he dropped the name YIMBY, that he's a member of YIMBY, or YIMBY lobbyist. So I think he dropped that purposely, knowing that that's would cement his chances for being selected by Mayor Bowders and Vice Mayor Welch, them both being corporate Democrats and very fond of YIMBY. Also notably, the YIMBY candidate, whose name eludes me, if you'll notice, he said nothing about all rental housing, because that's what YIMBY is here for, is to maximize the profit of housing developers. And what the housing developers want to do is maximize their profit, and they can do that by building rental housing only. But that clashes with our general plan, which says we're supposed to be increasing the ratio of home ownership over rental housing. Even though this council has not taken that to heart, that is ensconced in the general plan. So the YIMBY guy will exacerbate that, of course, and that's why you'll select him here tonight. Maybe too, because he's white. Will that have an effect? Maybe. But also to lack of home ownership, and also no mention whatsoever of ABAG's RENA numbers. That's what's supposed to be guiding the amount of housing that Emeryville builds, is ABAG's RENA numbers, which is garnered by the scientific method of the jobs housing balance. But the housing developers don't like that either, because that would constrain on their potential profits. So we hear nothing of that from YIMBY. And so those my comments.
Okay, any other members of the public who wish to comment on this item? Okay, I'll turn back to the council members for debate. Is there any member who wishes to discuss or debate? There are 6 openings and 5 applicants. Member Pryforce.
So I know that Brian Donahue can sometimes be viewed, in a laughing matter. I mean, he says a lot of stuff that we don't agree with. Some things I don't agree with. But I'm from Brooklyn, from Bed-Stuy, and we used to have Big Mama in our neighborhood, and Big Mama would say some crazy stuff. But then there are these moments of truth, these nuggets that she would drop on us that stayed with us forever and helped us survive the hood. How does a lobbyist even survive the vetting process through the housing committee? Tell me. I mean, is that something that we laugh about? How does that happen? I sit on the public safety committee with with Councilmember Mora. Should a member of the NRA sit on the housing committee? I mean, on the public safety committee? Should they? No. Emeryville's history of being the rottenest city is something that we have done our best to grow away from. But I love Emeryville's style, that we get things done. But some of the rotten is still there. And I was elected because there are a lot of people who are upset in Emeryville because the rotten is still there in how we choose to do things. The people who we select on our committees, the buildings we build in Emeryville, that it has to be more than platitudes and buildings, that Emeryville is more than that. So, Ned, is it Ned? Ned Resnikoff. I remember your article that I read, and in the last part of your article, when you came from Berkeley, you're not even here long, and you're already want to join our housing committee. There's a reason why someone comes to Emeryville and joins the very committee that they have influence on a state level in Sacramento. You said, Berkeley doesn't fit my housing views, so I'm going to go to Emeryville. You said that, and now here you are, because you're a lobbyist. You can do that while other people struggle to come here, to move here. There are people who have their children go to our schools and they still can't move here. But you found a way. You joining the housing committee without knowing what Emeryville is about, loving Emeryville, getting to know some of these folks' names. Trivia night at the public market. What it is to park at Bay Street. What it is to just thank our police officers for the amazing job that they do. All the things that is a part of our character and who we are. Not even a year, and you're here because you're a lobbyist. And so, Brian is right. You are YIMBY, and everyone knows that I am anti-YIMBY. I think you don't care about black and brown ownership. I think you don't care about what happens to people who are gentrified out of their neighborhoods and homes and their communities. You don't care. That's YIMBY. But, Sam Gould, who's our troll, who joined our bicycle committee, he also hasn't been here long. Had a piss-poor application, but we had seats to fill in the committee.
You are out of order. Please do not refer to a constituent as a troll or question an application of a person not here today.
So Sam Gould, who likes to engage in troll-like behavior online, wasn't here long. He's a YIMBY. But even still, I voted to give him a chance. But that's different. They pay your bills. You work for an organization that shapes housing policy. And somehow you made it through the housing committee and you're right in front of us, right in front of me. So, yeah, we can laugh at Brian, but sometimes he drops something that should make us rethink how we do things. Because I go to Sacramento, and people still remember the rotten part of Emeryville. And I am spending a lot of time and energy to get us away from that narrative and to make us the city that, for me now, it's 13 years, that I believe in. That is so much more than where we come from. I would rather place people on the committees who are much more focused on where we're going, and that is to a much better place and a much better Emeryville.
Member Corr.
Ned, thank you for applying. From what I understand, you're a resident? You're a resident, okay. I would like to thank all the people who have applied on these committees, and that I think we were going to have a discussion on that, not a dialogue I'm not quite sure what I should call that, not an outburst at them, regardless of what our political inclination is. So I feel like I have to apologize on behalf of the council, but I don't want to be out of order in taking that stance. So all I can do right now is thank you, Ned, for applying, along with thanking the other members for applying. And because there are 5 positions, there are 6 positions and 5 people have applied, I would like to go ahead and make a motion to appoint all 5 people that have applied to this committee.
Thank you. Member Mora, you're recognized.
If I could just add, I'm actually quite impressed with the expertise and the passion that all the applicants bring. This is a volunteer committee. People are passionate about the city and the subject of housing, and I'm just thrilled that we have the interest that we do, and I would enthusiastically support all the candidates. So I would second the motion from Councilmember Carr.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Vice Mayor Welch.
I would also just like to thank all of the applicants for showing their interest in serving our community, new and old residents. As someone who was elected shortly after they moved to the Emeryville city limits, even though I have lived in the area here my entire life, lived in North Oakland, West Oakland, Southwest Berkeley, and now here, I also received similar criticism of being a carpetbagger or not being from here long enough. And I would just like to echo the sentiments that Emeryville is for everyone. Emeryville is a place where you can move here, you can be here, you can live here, you can grow here, and you can move on from here. And I feel these applications reflect that you can come here and find a place for you to be included and find a way for you to give back to your community as immediately as you would like to, or if you would like to maybe stay a while and get to know the city and then join a committee, that is also fine. But Emeryville is here for everyone, and we thank all of our community members for wanting to be included and give back to the city, no matter how long they have lived here. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. I have a lot I could say, but let me just say a few things. I'll offer just my own personal perspective. As a young adult, I was unhoused. My adventure, if you will, with housing as an issue began when I was a couch surfing young adult. I made a lot of very bad decisions, but a lot of those decisions were based on the decision to survive. My first place was a boarding house. And in 2003, with the $13,000 annual salary, I lived in a boarding house at 20 East Mariposa Street in Altadena, California. I worked multiple jobs to pay off my student loans. I ended up becoming a street outreach worker for people who weren't housed on the south side of Chicago. I worked with many people, almost exclusively, who did not look at all like myself. I went back to school, I got a law degree, I became a homeless attorney for the very same people I advocated for. I litigated for 7 years in eviction court, in public benefits court, in front of the Social Security Administration, and in other places in order to obtain income and other benefits for people who are unhoused. I moved to California to take a job at Housing California, where I was a policy advocate on homelessness policy at the state level. I was a registered lobbyist in the state, working on behalf of unhoused people across the state. There I went from putting Band-Aids on lives to building hospitals with policy advocacy and doing important work that structurally changes the way we address unhoused people's needs. I currently work as a state director at a nonprofit that assists victims of violent crime, especially battered women and sexual assault survivors who are unhoused or seek shelter in places away from abusers. My own lived experience has followed me for 25 years in my career. I can't think of anything more important than people bringing their own experience, professional expertise, and perspective to what we do in a small city. That is critical. In my time as 7 years on the city council, I've used that to champion a $50 million affordable housing bond, to help pass a Landlord-Tenant Protection Act, to ensure that we just had a groundbreaking several days ago to build 90 units of housing, which every member of this board attended, 45 of which are going to be permanent supportive housing units for people who are homeless. My path in the city of Emeryville began as a member of the Housing Committee 10 years ago, when I was encouraged by a member of the city council who saw that I had a different perspective than other people and encouraged me to share that perspective with the community. That's how my adventure brought me to where I'm sitting today. I am grateful for every person in the city that chooses to apply to serve on a city committee. I don't know what your life is. I don't know everything about you, where you've worked, what you've done. I don't necessarily care what your political affiliation is either. I care that you care about this community as much as I do, that you believe in being inclusive, as the Vice Mayor mentioned, and that belonging is more important to you than politics. So I'm thankful to every member who's applied, and I apologize for the way some of you received comment this evening. We have all had a chance to speak, and there's a motion and a second. The mayor is choosing to call the roll. Call the roll.
Councilmember Carr?
Aye.
Councilmember Mora?
Aye.
Councilmember Pryforce? Vice Mayor Welch?
Aye.
And Mayor Bowders.
Aye, the motion passes. Congratulations and welcome to the 5 members of the committee. We'll move to the
So
Parks.
Mayor-
Yeah, go ahead. Yes.
Hi, Lorraine.
I just wanted to know if any of those members that you just appointed will be assigned to the 2024?
No.
Okay.
Thank you. You agree with that?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move to item 6.1.6, which is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Emeryville appointing people to the Parks and Recreation Committee. I would note that there are 4 vacancies and only 1 applicant. Is Nick Robert here? Hi, Nick. Would you like to come on up and tell us a little bit about yourself?
I don't think this is going to be as fun as the last stuff, but ladies and gentlemen, Mayor and City Council, my name is Nick Robert. I'm a proud Emeryville resident, and I stand before you today to renew my application as a member of the Parks and Emeryville Parks and Recreation Department. During my previous term, I had the privilege of actively participating in various projects and initiatives. It was an insightful, enjoyable experience that ignited my passion for Parks and Rec activities. Parks and Rec spaces are vital for enhancing the quality of life of residents, and I firmly believe that preserving and promoting these assets benefit our community. My experience has equipped me with valuable insights into the department working and the challenges it faces. I have also developed skills in communication, teamwork, project management, and allow me to contribute effectively. If granted the opportunity to renew my membership, I will focus on community engagement, program development, environmental stability, and collaboration. I am excited for this chance to continue serving as a resident member. With my passion, experience, and skills, I will work diligently to make parks and recreational facilities more vibrant and more accessible. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. There are no other applicants. Now is the time for public comment. A member of the public wishing to comment on the application for the Parks and Recreation Committee has 2 minutes to do so. Seeing no members present, I recognize Brian Donahue for 2 minutes.
So, contrary to what the mayor and the vice mayor just said, I will say that I applied to the park commission, the park committee. Hello?
Go ahead.
Interrupted.
No, somebody in the audience. Go ahead.
Contrary to what the vice mayor and the mayor said, I applied to the park committee a couple years ago, and I was the lone applicant. And I've advocated for more parks. We should follow the general plan's guidelines on how to build parks and how many acres of parks to deliver. Previously, I delivered a talk to the Parks Committee, and none of the members of the Parks Committee knew how many acres we're supposed to get, and they had no idea how we're going to get the correct number of acres of parks. So I told them. But when I applied for the Park Committee, Mr. Bowders and the vice mayor wasn't on the council at the time, voted no, even though there was nobody else applying. So, and the reason is because I'm a critic of Mr. Bowders' public policies, and I'm a critic of the Emeryville City Hall's public policies in general. And so that's critics of the public policy in Emeryville are not permitted to be on these committees, contrary to what the vice mayor just said and what the mayor just said. Like, you welcome everyone as a voice here. That's false information. You're a critic of City Hall. You do not have a voice here. You will not be allowed to be on any of these committees. And as a matter of fact, the mayor will even mute the mic. He's muted my mic in the past, forcing me to come down to City Hall to make my points in person. So no, those 2 people, those 2 corporate Democrats, Mayor John Bowders and Vice Mayor Courtney Welsh, are incorrect when they say there's a place for everyone here in Emeryville. There's a place for people that are neutral or in favor of this.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, any other members of the public wishing to comment? All right, we'll turn to discussion. There's 1 applicant. There are 4 openings. Member Pryforce.
So Tupac Shakur has a great a saying. He says, to paraphrase, that I'm not from the left, I'm not from the right, I'm from the bottom, and I'm coming for the top. We in this country have dealt with a lot because we had somebody at the helm who was okay with those with dark interests and dark money calling the shots. We saw this, and then we criticized it, didn't we? We said, that's not right. That's not right. This is wrong. And we voted them out. And, but they made a lot of money in the process. And he's trying to get back in. The thing about being a progressive, the thing about being a Democrat is I see a lot of the same behaviors and the same tactics in Sacramento, in terms of the California Democratic Party, our local Democratic parties. And I am not going to burden you guys with my resume. I'm not. I don't have that kind of ego. What I do want to share is a couple of days ago, one of our neighbors passed away from stage 2 breast cancer. And I was with them and the Emeryville police, because he rang my doorbell, just rang it, and he said, my sister's dead, my sister's dead, my sister's dead. And I'm not a relative, I'm a neighbor. And I'm a council member. And so I came over and I stayed with him from 3 in the morning till noon, when I had to go brush my teeth and wash my face, and then I returned. There's something about neighbors and what we experience together, like crummy landlords, right? There's something about being able to go to our parks and know that there's a committee that really cares about them, really cares about our kids. And at the end of the day, the reason why I don't resume drop like my colleagues is it's about the kids at the end of the day. It really is. And I have to look my daughter in the face. She's 15 years old. She's currently being bullied for not participating in some of the drug culture that surrounds her. And I have to show her a man, a father, who has conviction and integrity and knows what corruption looks like and what it means to stand up to peer pressure. This is corruption, what we just saw and experienced. And I don't want us to mistake what that is, to confuse what it is when we look at it and see it. And it happened in front of us. And perfectly legal, just like a lot of things in America that we've done to hurt people, perfectly legal. And so there's not much that I can do. This is still your city. I just try to be a voice. If I wasn't your voice, replace me, please, quickly. But this is your city. And you got to fight for it every moment, especially for those who come and have other ideas for our city that don't align with what we experience and what's in our hearts and what we know, us neighbors to one another, what we deserve. And so I want to thank the applicant for joining. I read your application. I read all the applications. And I just want to thank you. The Parks and Rec Committee is also another committee that's hard to fill. But what you guys do is so very important. Thank you for making sure that we have the parks that make Emeryville. People come from all around to come to our parks. And yeah, and I hope you're placed. Shouldn't be a problem, but I can still have hope. Thanks.
Recognize Councilmember Carr.
Is there a discussion on Parks and Rec Committee? I just want to clarify.
That was what we were doing, yes.
I wasn't sure. In that case, I would like to thank Nick Roberts for applying to the Parks and Rec Committee, and I would like to make a motion to appoint him to that committee as a community member with the term ending in 2025.
I second.
There's a motion by Councilmember Carr and a second by Vice Mayor Welch. Member Moore, do you wish to give comment?
No.
Okay, motion and second. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Carr,
Aye.
Councilmember Mora,
Aye.
Councilmember Pryforce,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Welch,
Aye.
and Mayor Bowders.
Aye. Congratulations, Nick. Welcome to the committee. Welcome back. Okay, the last committee is the Public Art Committee. And we have a number of positions. We have 4 that end in 25, 1 that ends in 24, and there are 3, 6, 8 applicants for 5 positions. Is Andrea Brewer here? Check online. Is Ronald Davis here? Hi, Ronald. Emily McPartlin. Hi, Emily, I saw you. David Riddlehuber. I apologize if I mispronounced that. David? No. Dr. Laura Rifkin. Is Dr. Laura here? No. Sabrina Sellers. Hi, Sabrina. Gloria, and I always get this wrong, is it? Tanchelev. Tan. And you are, I knew you were here, Gloria. Okay. And Rick Tejada Flores. You have to practice the pronunciation. I'm going to get it before you come up. Okay, I don't see Rick, but I have Ronald, Emily, Sabrina, and Gloria. Did I miss anybody who's applied for public art? Okay. I'd like to first invite Ronald Davis up for 2 minutes to present for Public Art Committee. Good evening, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ronald Davis. I am a resident of Emeryville for, let me see, this is going to be 22 years in September. So I'm a photographer and graphic designer. I've been a part of the Emory Arts celebration for the last 8. If you look down the hallway, the city bought 2 of my images, so I was very fortunate with that. One of the reasons why I want to join the committee is I've been here for so long, and I've been a Bay Area resident my entire life, and just being able to bring art, another voice to what's already been a pretty good job would just be something really special for me to do. You know, I love Emeryville, and as I said, being a Bay Area resident and just being part of West Oakland, North Oakland, Berkeley, and now Emeryville, it's just all about inclusiveness and being able to bring the experiences that I've learned from those other cities to this city here as well. So I'm just looking forward to being a part of the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ronald. Thank you for waiting for this long evening. Emily McPartlin. Current chair of our committee. Good evening.
Good evening, honorable members of City Council and Mayor. I stand before you today to express my sincere gratitude for the opportunity to serve on the Public Art Committee in Emeryville. It has been an absolute honor to serve on the committee. I'm here to request your consideration for another term on the committee, as I am eager to continue the work. Over the course of my tenure, I have witnessed the transformative effects of art in our city. Art has a more remarkable way and an ability to inspire, unite, and spark dialogue by fostering an environment that celebrates artistic expression. I love walking through our neighborhoods with my daughter and seeing all of our beautiful art. I firmly believe that art has the power to transcend boundaries and bridge gaps, and I would like to continue to serve to ensure that our city remains a vibrant and inspiring place for everyone. I also really want to thank all the applicants who have applied this year. It's been an honor to be on the committee, and if new voices are needed, I'm just so glad they're here. I'd also like to give out a shout out to Jean Goldman, who is stepping down from her incredible tenure at PAC. It has been an honor to serve with her. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily, and we'll get to you, Jean, at some point here. I'd like to invite next Sabrina Sellers. Hi, Sabrina, welcome.
Hello. Thank you for having me. So I love artists, and much of my career has been in support of uplifting artists and their ability to create and access art. I currently work at Pixar supporting artists, and previously worked at San Francisco Film Festival in artist development, which, as it sounds, is to support artists through grants and residencies, assessing applications, making sure they're good fits for grants, participating in outreach to artists all across the Bay Area. I'm an artist as well. I'm a photographer locally and have worked with a lot of local orgs as well as publications. And I'd really just love to be of service to artists and the committee by helping to connect artists to the opportunity to showcase art publicly. I think public art is really important. It's some of the first opportunities folks have to view art before they may see it in museums or more formal institutions. I believe in access to art and that both artists and community should have access to art. And so I hope that I can bring some of my knowledge in the artist development space to the committee and continue to help bolster what Emeryville already is doing for public art. So thank you.
Thank you, Sabrina. The next speaker will be Gloria Tanchelov.
Thank you very much for trying to pronounce it. Very simple name.
Tanchelov. I'm Gloria.
So
Well, I'll
my
have a class
name is
later.
Gloria Tanchelov, and I'm happy to be here. Hello, council members. I am a lifelong working artist and arts advocate. I have lived and voted in Emeryville for 18 years. I maintain a painting studio in West Oakland. My large-scale paintings are held in the collections of the Berkeley Art Museum and the Oakland Museum of California, and I have an active exhibitions record. What brings me here for the Public Art Committee is the blossoming of murals all over the city the past year and a half that I found really surprising and energizing. I became interested in joining the committee in order to build on Emeryville's investment in public art. I believe that public art is an important way to engage citizens in the city and transform the city. Although I am not a muralist, I would like to see even more thought-provoking murals in the city. I wouldn't mind seeing some geometric abstraction. And I want these selected muralists to continue to reflect the diversity in race, gender, and age of the Bay Area artist population. Something that I would really like to focus on the committee would be to reconceptualize and finally build the Emeryville Arts Center that I think has been in the works for 20 years. I would like to see it be a great exhibition space in which we can all come together to experience the work of local and not so local artists, musicians, dancers, and spoken word artists. I would like the Arts Center to be actively welcoming and inspiring to students from the Emeryville schools. And I have several ideas even for funding. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments and your interest. One last call, Andrea Brewer, David Riddlehuber, Dr. Laura Rifkin, and Rick Tejada Flores. Okay, now is the time for public comment. A member of the public who wishes to comment on the appointments to the Public Art Committee will have 2 minutes to do so. We have one hand raised online, Brian Donahue.
Okay, I would like to say, for as much as I value and actually cherish the lone dissenting voice on the Emeryville City Council, my brother Kalima Pryforce, I will say that I have a little bit of a disagreement with him regarding the choice tonight for the YIMBY lobbyist for our housing committee, and that is because the city has been taken over by the YIMBY organization. We have now our mayor and our vice mayor both working for YIMBY. They come right out and they say it. You know, they're both corporate Democrats working for developers, working for YIMBY, but they both were selected by YIMBY as as developer shills. I mean, you can't be any more stark than that. So, but by tonight advancing an actual YIMBY lobbyist for a housing committee, it's going to happen anyway. I mean, the YIMBY agenda is going to be assuaged by these two, and then they're influencing the two other council members. But to put an actual YIMBY lobbyist on our housing committee there's something about it that's really honest. I mean, it's right out there in your face. And so I kind of admire Mayor Bowders and Vice Mayor Welch for the chutzpah and the FU to the people of Emeryville, and just putting it all out there with no hidden agenda. Yes, we work for YIMBY. Yes, we work for developers here in Emeryville for housing. And so I have to sort of give a little bit of credit to the corporatist mayor and corporatist vice mayor for just for the audacity of that. So it's extremely audacious. And so, it lets everybody know very clearly what the real program is here. And boy, is this ever a toddler story.
Thank you for your comment. Any other members of the public wishing to comment on the Public Art Committee appointment? Okay. Public comment is closed. Entertain discussion. Members wish to discuss? I'd like to make a motion to appoint Ronald Davis, Emily McPartlin, Sabrina Sellers, and Gloria Tonchelov to terms that end in 2025, and to reappoint Rick Tejada Flores to a term that ends in 2024.
I second.
Okay, discussion. Member Pryforce?
I was going to second that motion. Yeah, I had the same ideas, same names.
Okay, others who have comments? Seeing none, there's a motion by Mayor Bowders and a second by Councilmember Mora to make appointments. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Carr?
Aye.
Councilmember Mora?
Aye.
Councilmember Pryforce?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Welch?
Aye.
And Mayor Bowders?
Aye. Thank you and congratulations. Welcome back to a couple of you. That will move us to our last item on this agenda, which is the Planning Commission. And there are two openings on the Planning Commission, and there are two applicants on the Planning Commission. And unlike the other ones, this is an interview. There will be a series of 6 questions. Yang Ming is here, and Zoe Chafe is online. And so members, 2 openings, 2 appointments. The way this interview goes is you'll be asked to give a short personal statement of not more than 2 minutes, after which you will be asked a series of 3 questions, which were provided to all the applicants in advance. Each council member can ask 1 follow-up question of each applicant, which gives you get 1 minute of time to answer the question, and then you'll get 2 minutes at the end to give any closing remarks where you can expound upon anything that you wanted to continue discussing before the time ran out, or that we didn't ask you that you'd like to share. Since Yang Ming is here in person, I invite you to come first. Thank you for applying, and welcome. Good evening. If you could lower the microphone just a little bit so that we can hear you at home. Thank you. So the first item is, why are you interested in serving on the city's Planning Commission, and in providing a response, could you please include a summary of your relevant education, skills, experience, including any past civic involvement you'd like us to know about?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Yang Ming. I'm a California licensed architect, and I'm a green building lead accredited professional. I am interested in serving on the planning commissions because I would like to contribute my professional expertise to make a meaningful contribution to the city I live and work for over 6 years. My professional work has involved a deep understanding of the latest state policies and the municipal codes around the Bay Area. I believe my extensive experience specializing in affordable housing, mixed-use development, promoting walkability and sustainability aligns very well with the Commission's objectives. I'm currently serving on Emeryville Housing Committee. We reviewed and make recommendations to the new housing project projects, new housing elements. We reviewed annual reports and identified upcoming goals and priorities. This valuable experience provides me in-depth knowledge of local regulations, housing challenges, and opportunities. With Planning Commission, I'm particularly interested in ensuring that new developments promote a sustainable future, including initiatives such as reducing carbon footprint, build family-friendly housing units, use of innovative design techniques, encourage home ownership, and improving accessibility for all residents. I'm excited to help shape the city's future growth and development. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. The next question, what do you see as the role of a planning commissioner?
So my understanding, there are two main responsibilities of a planning commissioner. First is to review and evaluate the development proposal and to ensure they really align with the city's vision and the goals outlined in the general plan and other detailed planning documents. And the second role is to make recommendations for the development of the city. So my work as an architect provides me opportunities to be very resourceful regarding planning, design, and construction topic. For example, some new innovative design technique like the current trend of mass timber construction, the bird safety glazing, utilize heat pump water heater, all these topics. I'm confident that I will add value to the Planning Commission.
Thank you. Number 3 is please describe your knowledge of the city's general plan and any other major planning documents that have been adopted by the City Council in the past 2 years.
Yes, I have a very comprehensive understanding of the city's general plan, and I recently revisited the other plans and guidelines from the city website. As a housing committee member, I also reviewed and provided feedback for the new 2023 and 2031 housing elements. We are one of the smallest cities in the Bay Area, and we're facing many challenges other bigger cities facing the same. And also we have very few vacant lands, and also housing affordability, air quality issue, noise issue, liquefaction, and infrastructure upgrades. And all these planning documents and the general plan provide a framework and also identify the very strategic action items to tackle our challenges and to contribute to a very dynamic mixed-use community.
Thank you. Question 4, give one example of a recent economic development or housing project in Emeryville that exemplifies your point of view regarding design, community benefit, and or the community process, and explain why.
Yeah, I would like to talk about a new project. This, I believe, is still in planning phase, which the project name is Christie Avenue Sites Housing and Park Expansion. I would like to talk about this from 4 different aspects: affordability, amenities, pedestrian-friendly, and energy efficiency. So this is a project with 100% affordable housing for families earning at or below 60% AMI. And for the community benefit amenities, they are part of the Christie Park extension, and they provide after-school programs. They have ground floor retail space, and they also provide free and low-cost bikes and community volunteer opportunities. For the pedestrian cyclist friendly design perspective, they reduce the massing of the building, and they provide this internal public pedestrian streets which connect the public market and the Christie Avenue, which the street itself will be painted, and it's also a part of public art. And they also redesigned that site, the access to the major bike lane. And last but not least, the energy efficiency and the carbon neutral development. This project have energy efficiency building system, and is zero net energy ready. They have very efficient car lift parking garage, which to save the space, and then they have on-site car sharing and EV charging. So all this aspect are all very tangible steps towards a sustainable future.
Thank you. Members of the council, I'll start over on my left. Do you have a follow-up question that you'd like to ask Member Carr? No. Vice Mayor Welch?
Not for me.
Member Mora? Member Pryforce? Okay, I don't have any questions for you either. Just briefly, do you still work at Gunkel and Associates?
I am, yes.
Yes, I served 10 years ago on the Planning Commission with Brad.
Oh,
and so I saw that in your application, a very high quality architect, and grateful that he's still doing work around here. So thank you. You can go ahead and give any closing remarks you'd like to give. You have 2 minutes if you have anything else you'd like to say.
Absolutely. In closing, I would like to express my gratitude for the opportunity to be considered for this role. My passion for architecture, urban development, and creating thriving communities drives me to contribute my expertise to this very essential public service. With the current work from home trend, the evolving of the downtown San Francisco, and the blooming of artificial general intelligence technologies, our city will facing some unknown challenges as well as opportunities, and I'm very excited for the potential to be part of the team to share my point of view. I'm committed to work collaboratively with the City Council, fellow commissioners, and the public to shape a vibrant and inclusive future for our city while striving for innovation and sustainability. If appointed to the Planning Commission, I will approach my responsibilities with a very open mind, attentiveness to community feedback, and the dedication to make a well-informed decision that aligns with the city's long-term vision. Thank you once again for considering my candidacy, and I learned a lot from all other applicants tonight, and I'm very looking forward to the opportunity to work together in building a bright future for our beloved city. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yang. And we'll invite you to have a seat. We'll hear from the other applicant now. So the other applicant is Zoe. If we could promote Zoe on the virtual speaking. Zoe, let me know, are you there?
Hello, council members. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you okay. Zoe, the same applies to you. We'll begin with a short personal statement of not more than 2 minutes. Why are you interested in serving on the city's planning commission? And in your response, please provide a summary of your experience, education, skills, and include any past civic involvement.
Mayor Bowders. So I am interested in serving on the planning commission because I think that the commission is a crucial part of Emeryville's government. It really has a lead role to play in ensuring that the city develops in the way that our general plan and other documents have set out, and also allows us the opportunity to continue to innovate and create a vibrant, accessible, and equitable city that meets everyone's needs. In terms of my education and skills and experience, I'm currently on the Planning Commission. I've been serving for 3 years. I'm serving as the chair right now. I hold a PhD in energy and resources and a master's in public health. I work for C40 Cities, which is an organization that works with large cities around the world on climate change, mitigation, and air quality. And prior to the Planning Commission, I served for 5 years on the Parks and Recreation Committee as well.
Thank you. The second question is, what do you see as the role of a planning commissioner?
So the role of the planning commissioner, I believe, is to make judgments on compliance with the general plan and design guidelines, and also to help guide land use in the city. And this includes going through and the nitty-gritties of looking through project plans and reading many, many pages of reports, and then making a judgment that's going to best represent the needs of the city. And so in doing so, we have a responsibility on the Planning Commission to ensure that projects are compliant and also reflective of the values of Emeryville and Emeryville's city government.
Third question, please describe your knowledge of the city's general plan and any other major planning documents that have been adopted by the City Council in the past 2 years.
So in terms of the general plan sets out the goals, the policies, and actions to implement those goals and policies in looking forward to what Emeryville wants to be in the future. In my mind, it provides guidance on how we want cities to look like, specifically neighborhoods within Emeryville, and also the transit-oriented development and bike infrastructure that we would like to see in the future. It also lays out information on where we should have future parks and how we should plan for sustainability needs going forward. In terms of the involvement that I've had in the past few years with some of these guiding documents, we've had a number of documents come before the Planning Commission, such as the housing element, which is award-winning now, and objective standards, looking at proposed changes to planning regulations and design guidelines, as well as the active transportation plan.
Thank you. Can you give one example of a recent economic development or housing project in Emeryville that exemplifies your point of view regarding design, community benefit, and/or community process, and please explain why?
So I'd like to point to 3600 San Pablo, otherwise known as the Nellie Hannon Gateway Project. And what stands out to me about this project is that it's really an exemplary project in terms of bringing together affordable housing, providing 9 units for low-income or formerly homeless folks that are our neighbors and or will become neighbors, while also providing a private courtyard and new transitions to useful transit infrastructure in the area. And on the outside, there'll be a very obvious public mural, which will exemplify Emeryville's commitment to public art and our history of providing arts to the community. So in my mind, it did a great job of bringing together a lot of amenities, both for the community and for the new neighbors that will be living there, as well as bringing in public funding, bringing together Measure C funds as well as state level funds that were applied to the project.
Thank you. I'll start on my right and ask if members have a follow-up question for which there's 1 minute to answer. Member Pryforce, do you have any questions? Member Mora? Vice Mayor Welch?
No.
Member Carr? Okay, there are no follow-up questions. Thank you for your service for the past 3 years to the commission and for your time serving this last year as chair. Do you have any closing remarks for up to 2 minutes that you'd like to make?
I'd just like to say that it's been a real honor to serve on the Planning Commission. I've learned a huge amount and really enjoyed serving beside many committed members of the community. I always appreciate public comment, and I would be honored to serve another few years on the commission.
Okay, thank you. And that concludes our interviews. We'll now turn to public comment. A member of the public who wishes to comment on the Planning Commission applications has 2 minutes to do so. Is there any member here who wishes to comment on them? There are no hands raised online. Public comment is now closed, and we'll turn to debate and discussion. Members, is there anybody who wishes to debate or discuss the item or make a motion? Member Mora.
I would like to make a motion to reappoint Chair Chafe and also appoint Yang Ming.
Okay, is there a second to this motion?
I will second.
Okay, is there debate? Member Pryforce?
So, unfortunately, I haven't had the chance to say that that Eugene Sway would be an applicant, and therefore I spoke to him. And originally, I did speak to him, and he was interested in applying. But I spoke to him today because I said, I don't see your application here. And he said something that struck me. He said, I've applied 5 times. 5 times. And he says, I'm tired of being marginalized. And I think and he's a longtime resident, long-time Watergate resident. Shout out to Watergate community. And that's disappointing. He greatly talented, visionary, so qualified, and definitely anyone who knows Eugene knows he loves, he loves serving and he loves Emeryville. Things have to change because one of the things that I'm assuming that there is resistance to Eugene Sway being placed on a planning commission is his rallying cry for Emeryville, the city of Emeryville, to finally have a code of ethics. Can you see why we would need a code of ethics? And we are not legally required, in my last conversation with the city attorney, to do so because our legal status as a city, but Oakland is required to have one. Berkeley is required to have one. Other cities are required to have one. And so we could do what is required and we can do what we feel is necessary. And we have never felt it necessary to have a code of ethics to prevent corruption, to prevent just rottenness in our ranks as city officials. And that's what we are. We're city officials empowered by you. And so, we have a month off in August. And as much as I would love to bask in the vacation time, I have a lot of work to do. And that's because I am announcing the formation of Emeryville's first tenant union and homeowners alliance. And so we will be joining, and I want to give a shout out to Berkeley Tenant Union for helping me through this process, and to all the other tenant unions. It's time that we start congratulating and supporting our seniors, especially our artists, with more than just platitudes, and actually secure housing for them. There is so much housing insecurity in Emeryville. And I bring this up during our interviews for the Planning Commission is because, I saw the word exclusivity in one of the applications. I want to keep you here. If you live here, I want to keep you here. And if you want to move here, I want that for you too. But we can only do that. As you can see, it's not going to happen here. But only the people can do that. You should stay in Emeryville. I want you to stay in Emeryville. I want you to raise your children in Emeryville. I want your children's children to be in Emeryville. And the only way we can do that is by joining our brothers and sisters in other cities who are fighting. And I'm here to remind you that the fight is still here. And so I'm sorry, Eugene Sway, that we failed you all these years to not give you a marginalized experience. But I promise you, Eugene, and I promise everyone who's felt marginalized in Emeryville, who's felt that housing insecurity in Emeryville, that I will fight for you and that I won't be alone.
Vice Mayor Welch.
Mr. Mayor, can you remind me, the Code of Ethics was recommended to the Budget and Governance Committee, correct?
Yes.
And that is on the upcoming agenda for the upcoming meeting, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome. Is there Member Carr?
I am grateful to both applicants and everyone in this room who applied for the different committees. And I don't see if there was any obstruction to any applicants applying at any time. So I would like to make a motion to appoint the members who've applied for the Planning Commission.
There's already been a motion and a second.
Oh, yeah, I'll second. In that case, yeah, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Others who wish to debate this two opening position. There's a motion by Member Mora, seconded by Vice Mayor Welch, to appoint Yang Ming and Zoe Chafe to the Planning Commission. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Carr.
Aye.
Councilmember Mora.
Aye.
Councilmember Pryforce.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Welch.
Aye.
And Mayor Bowders.
Aye. That concludes the special meeting. The time, Madam Clerk, is 8:29. That meeting is adjourned. If you were not already excited and amused by how the evening is going and you'd like to stay for the council meeting, you can do that. If you would like to go home and do other better things with your time, you are welcome to leave now. I'll give 60 seconds before we start the next meeting. You're welcome to leave if you'd like to leave.
Bye.
Because when we start the meeting, I'll have quiet in the room, please, when I start the meeting. Okay. Please take conversations outside. We do have 3 meetings remaining. 2 of them will be very quickly held, hopefully, but you never know. Let's see. Okay. Everybody who wanted to leave has had the chance to leave. So, Madam Clerk, I'd like to call to order at 8:30 p.m. This meeting of the City of Emeryville's Management of Emeryville Services Authority, for the members of the public, we have two very quick business items. It's 8:30 p.m. Call to order. Please note that all members stay present and remain present. Is there a motion to approve this agenda?
I move approval of the agenda.
Second.
Thank you. Motion by Welch, second by Carr to approve the final agenda. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Carr,
Aye.
Councilmember Mora,
Aye.
Councilmember Pryforce,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Welch,
Aye.
and Mayor Bowders.
Aye, the agenda is approved. Are there ex parte communications? Seeing and hearing none, now is the time for public comment for the consent calendar and items not on the agenda for the consent calendar. Is there any public comment? Seeing and hearing none, the consent calendar. Members, items 6.1 through 6.19 inclusive are in front of you before consent. Is there any member who wishes to pull or discuss an item? Seeing and hearing none, is there a motion on the consent calendar?
I move consent.
Second.
Motion by Welch, second by Mora to approve the consent calendar. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Carr,
Aye.
Councilmember Mora,
Aye.
Councilmember Pryforce,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Welch,
Aye.
and Mayor Bowders.
Aye, that is approved. There are no action items. 8:31, we're adjourned. Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, the time is 8:31. I call to order the City of Emeryville, a successor agency to the Emeryville Redevelopment Agency. Madam Clerk, let the record reflect that all members will remain present. At this time, I entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
I move approval of the agenda.
Second.
Motion by Welch, second by Mora to approve agenda. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Carr,
Aye.
Councilmember Mora,
Aye.
Councilmember Pryforce,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Welch,
Aye.
and Mayor Bowders.
Aye, the agenda is approved. Are there any ex parte communications? Seeing and hearing none, is there public comment for the consent agenda or items not on the agenda for the redevelopment agency? Seeing and hearing none, the consent calendar, items 6.1 and 6.2 inclusive are before you for consideration. Does any member wish to pull or discuss an item further? Seeing and hearing none, is there a motion?
I move consent.
Second.
Thank you. Motion by Welch, second by Mora to approve the consent calendar. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Carr,
Aye.
Councilmember Mora,
Aye.
Councilmember Pryforce,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Welch,
Aye.
and Mayor Bowders.
Aye, the consent calendar is approved. There are no action items. 8:32 were adjourned. Okay. Madam Clerk, the time is 8:32. I'd like to call to order this regular City Council meeting of the City Council of the City of Emeryville. Madam Clerk, please note that all members are still present. At this time, I'll entertain a motion on this agenda.
I move approval of the agenda.
Second.
Thank you. Motion by Welch, second by Carr to approve agenda. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Carr,
Aye.
Councilmember Mora,
Aye.
Councilmember Pryforce,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Welch,
Aye.
and Mayor Bowders.
Aye. Well, you all made it. Item 4, special orders of the day. Ms. Goldman. Proclamation of the City Council of the City of Emeryville in recognition of Jean Goldman's contributions to the Emeryville arts community for over 13 years of service on the Public Art Committee. Whereas on January 19th, 2010, the City Council appointed Jean Goldman to the Public Art Committee, and she has now served for over 13 years and was elected unanimously as vice chair for many of those years. And whereas Ms. Goldman advocated for the adoption of the Emeryville Public Art Master Plan and was tireless in her efforts to build support for its implementation. And whereas in over 13 years during which Ms. Goldman has served on the Public Art Committee, the City Council has been aided in its efforts to expand public art investments and to successfully launch the Mural Program and the Visual Art Grants Pilot Program. And whereas a graphic artist by training, Ms. Goldman was delighted to see the Rotten City Cultural District receive increased funding in 2023 and is eager for the district to create an identity leveraging Emeryville's reputation as a center of art and innovation. And whereas a staunch supporter of the development of an Emeryville Arts Center, Ms. Goldman served on a blue ribbon panel for developer selection and continues to seek support for a new vision and completion of the Art Center. And whereas in her last year of service, Ms. Goldman represented the Public Art Committee on the Sharon Wilcher Bus Shelter Art Program selection panel, heralding in the next era of local artists representing Emeryville through the display of artwork in 4 bus shelters now through 2025. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Emeryville looks forward to Ms. Goldman joining the council at a ribbon cutting at the future Emeryville Art Center. And be it further resolved that the City Council of the City of Emeryville thanks Ms. Goldman for her over 13 years of dedicated public service to the city and our broader community. Proclaimed by the Mayor of the City of Emeryville at a regular meeting held Wednesday, July 5th, 2023. Congratulations and thank you, Ms. Goldman. Jean, if you'd like to, Jean, if you'd like to come give any remarks before we do photos with your family and friends, you're welcome to do that.
Thank you so much for this proclamation. It's been an honor to serve on the Public Art Committee. Thrilled to initiate some of the programs that we developed and continue to develop here in the city of Emeryville. And I will continue to advocate for the Art Center, be sure about that, and hope to be there for the ribbon cutting when it's finally built. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we're not losing step with that Art Center. We may have lost that developer last fall, but we have a study session coming up in the next meeting, I believe. Mm-hmm. Yes. We're all waiting, and we know you'll all be there. Very excited to get us back on track. And I'd like to invite Sharon Wiltshire if you'd like to give a remark.
Good evening. Sharon Wiltshire, coordinator for Emeryville Celebration of the Arts, community liaison for the 45th Street Artists Co-op, and also a former member of the Public Art Committee. So, Jean, 13 years of service, energy, passion, and expertise for the arts in our city. It was an honor for me to work with you all those years. But I just wanted to mention something else because I was sort of blown away by another statistic that demonstrates a similar commitment. So as I searched through emails today, and I don't throw any of them away, Jean, it would drive you crazy, but I have, okay, I'm gonna mention what this is, but for 18 years, is that possible? For 18 years, Jean was on the board for the Emeryville Celebration of the Arts. And for many of those years, she was our chair, always going the extra mile for us, always suggesting improvements to just about every aspect of the organization and the exhibition. So from time to time, our approach may have been a bit different, but our goals for the arts in Emeryville were and are always on the same page. So art partner, colleague, and friend, thank you, Jean, for all you've done to support and advance creativity and culture in our city, and all that I know you're going to continue to do. So thank you.
You're welcome. So Jean, I'm going to come down and, we haven't done one of these in a while, but come down and give this to you. If you have any members of the committee or friends or family that you'd like to take a photo with, you're welcome to just invite anybody up who's your choice. You gonna come up here?
Oh, here he is. Hello.
Paul's on it.
Amber.
Okay. Anybody want to come up and take a photo with Jean?
My daughter. Okay. Family. Come on, everyone. Come on.
You're all welcome to come up.
Okay, first we'll do it with your daughter. We'll orchestrate this. Okay. She wants to.
Committee members, past and present, why don't you join Jean up here?
Oh, committee members, I'm not a committee member.
Get some public
That's
record.
okay. Am I on this?
You're totally,
Yes.
Yes, that's okay.
Completely
Balance.
the right- yeah, completely the
Well,
right
Sharon,
way.
you want to take your photo, your mask off for the photo so we, in 10 years, everyone knows who you are? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Congratulations.
much. Thank you. Thank you.
That's for you, that's yours. If you need a frame, we can help you out with that. Although I'm sure you know more creative frame people than we do. Okay, we have a second proclamation this evening, which is a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Emeryville proclaiming July 2023 as Parks Make Life Better Month. Whereas parks and recreation make lives and communities better now and in the future. And whereas it is established through statewide public opinion research, 98% of California households visit a local park at least once a year. 2 in 3 households visit a park once a month. 50% of households participate in an organized recreation program, and most park use is with family and friends. And whereas residents value recreation as it provides positive alternatives for children and youth to reduce crime, and especially during non-school hours, it promotes the arts, it increases social connections, aids in therapy, and helps promote lifelong learning. And whereas parks provide access to the serenity and the inspiration of nature and outdoor spaces, as well as preserve and protect the historic, natural, and cultural resources in our community. And whereas the residents of the City of Emeryville, including children, youth, families, adults, seniors, as well as businesses, community organizations, and visitors, benefit from the wide range of parks, trails, green space, facilities, and programs, including the Senior Center, the Recreation Center, the Doyle Hollis Park, Marina Park, Christie Park, and many other parks and facilities provided by the City of Emeryville. And whereas the City of Emeryville urges all its residents to recognize that parks and recreation enrich the lives of its residents and visitors, as well as adding value to the community's homes and neighborhoods. And whereas July is celebrated across the nation as Parks and Recreation Month, now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Emeryville that I do hereby proclaim July 2023 as Parks Make Life Better Month in the City of Emeryville. And I urge the Emeryville community to use and enjoy our parks, trails, green space facilities, and recreation opportunities. Proclaimed by the Mayor of the City Council of the City of Emeryville at a regular meeting on Wednesday, July 5th, 2023. Are there some folks here to receive this? Yes. Somebody want to come on up and say something about it? Come on up. I know this was a committee recommendation. I would like to invite someone to give brief remarks on the proclamation of Parks Make Life Better Month. Who's going to do that?
Come on.
Yeah, come on all up together. Who would like to give remarks? Y'all like stood here all evening and then you're shy.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. Rebecca Sermeno, Community Services Director here in the City of Emeryville, and we are very happy to receive this proclamation. On behalf of the Community Services Department, tonight we have some amazing members of our team who represent all of the things mentioned in that proclamation. We have our Youth Services team here. We have our aquatics team, our facilities, our seniors, our rentals, and yeah, everybody's here, and I just really appreciate them putting in the time and effort tonight to learn about City Council as well as being here to accept this proclamation. So thank you very much. It's very important. Parks make life better. That is absolutely, you can't say it more simpler. We are creating amazing opportunities for families to become healthier and enjoy different activities. And I'm going to actually see if Kristen wants to say something regarding the youth as well. Yep, I'm throwing it. And it's her birthday tomorrow.
Oh, well, you know what that means.
Yes, so it's my pleasure to be able to work with young people in the city, and going out into our parks is one of their most favorite things to do. So we always make sure that we do a variety of different field trips, or every week in camps they go to the park. They love going to the park. During the school year as well. It's a special treat. And so we're just excited to develop even more programming for parks this coming up year, and get, whether it's movies or events or getting our police or fire out to our parks. It's something that is on our vision board. So we're excited. And thank you for this proclamation. It's something we're very excited about in our department.
Well, I'm gonna ask you, and if you want to punt it back
Okay.
to Rebecca,
Okay.
because I know you know what a punt is. So if you want to punt it back to Rebecca, I'll allow it.
Okay.
But I think that for the benefit of the council, but also the residents at home, those who are watching or who are present here still today, I think we should all know who all of you are and what you do for the city. Could you introduce everybody or invite everyone to introduce themselves?
I will. I'm going to punt it to each person. So Kristen Gray, the Youth Services Supervisor.
Well, we didn't get your full name. I didn't hear you.
Kristen Gray.
Gray, thank you. Next up, tap a friend and come on up and introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Muna. I deal with park and facility rentals. There's some familiar names actually that I see that did rent from us, so it's nice to see that the community is here and actively using our spaces. I overdressed because I didn't know what it was for, but I'm glad I'm surrounded by a great company.
Punt it to somebody else.
Punt to someone.
Chad.
Chad, who knew how to dress.
Yeah, so I'm in uniform, but my name is Chad Howard Simons. I'm the pool manager at the Emeryville pool, and I've been working there for 6 years, and I have been in the city recreation program since I was in preschool. So, yeah.
And for those who don't know, especially for new council members, there are opportunities to see folks like Gene Goldman, who is here, and Sharon Wilshire, who've been here and who've served for a long time on a committee. It's something very different as a council person. I think I'm among staff. Maybe Charlie Bryant will also be here, and Rebecca. But I remember when you were a program participant, and I remember meeting you in grade school. And I remember when you got your job part-time at the pool, and I remember coming in to get like duct tape from you, and you were like the nicest guy. And then there was an opportunity, and Pedro is not here this evening, but when the opportunity for pool manager came up, and I found out that he had applied, I was like, you know what you're doing, right? You're promoting this guy. So it's just great to see somebody who's been engaged in the community, but also in this department in community services and parks, be where you are today. I'm grateful that you're here.
Thank you. I'm more than happy to be here. It's a pleasure. So.
Yeah. Tap a friend.
Hi, I'm Amy McClure. I'm a rec leader. You're who? Oh, Ladybug. I'm Ladybug.
Ladybug.
That's my camp name. But I work during the year as a regular rec leader for the after-school program, and then I'm a summer camp leader as well.
Nice.
So, great.
Thank you, Ladybug. Who you tap? And a resident.
No, I'm a resident for 9 years, yes.
Nice.
So we found her at what event was it? Night Out?
National
Night Out.
National Night Out, which we have coming up in a month.
Yep.
In August.
Yeah. All right, Ladybug chose someone. All right, here we go.
Hi, my name is Ellen Hahn. I'm the program coordinator for facilities, parks, and special events. And I've been here for, I think, a little over 6 years.
And for those who don't know, Ellen is an unsung hero in getting special events set up. Behind the scenes, a lot of the events we have in the city are events that work because you're there behind the scenes, and I know it. So thank you, Ellen.
Thank you.
Yeah. New guy.
Good evening. My name is Guillermo Navarro. I am the recreation supervisor over aquatics, facilities, and rentals. It's a pleasure to be here tonight, but most of all, it's a pleasure to work with this team behind me. Parks and Recreation is awesome. Just reiterating what our director, Rebecca Sermeno, kind of elaborated on, it's growth, it's community engagement, it's fostering, lifelong learning, and I'm really excited to be part of the city and being part of this team that's standing right behind me. So thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Guillermo.
Hello, Council. My name is Andy Hang and also audience members. Andy Hang, I am actually the facility specialist, a self-made title that I made about 6 years ago. So yeah, I grew up in the Bay Area my whole entire life. Emeryville, I had a position that was opened up, and I just jumped on it. I've been with the facilities department for approximately 7 years now, and absolutely love it.
Number one rule about being a boss: when they haven't given you a title, make one.
Yep. Exactly.
Awesome job, Andy. And that means our cleanup batter for the evening.
Oh, thank you guys for this proclamation and this great team. I have pretty much been here all my life. I grew up in the programs, but I've been with the city for about 25 years now, and I am at the senior center, but of course I've been around the entire department for some time. So
Everyone doesn't know who you are yet.
I did. That's the first thing I said. Tamika Wright.
All right, right. Thank you so much, Tamika, and for all the years of serving Emeryville's youth and seniors, both important bookends of what we do. I'm going to come down and give this to you, and you guys get to take a little team photo. One more on this side. All right.
Oh, thank you. Ladybug. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. And if you were here for a special order of the day and you would like to go home, we, we again, or you want to go to your after party, we understand. All right, I'm going to move to agenda item 5, which is announcements of committee and commission vacancies, and I am imagining that there's a lot fewer of them today.
I don't have a report today,
Thank you
Mayor.
so
Thanks.
much. Okay, council member announcements of special meetings that you've attended that you'd like to report on. I did have one, and of course, it's eluding me at the moment, so it'll be saved for the next meeting. Let's see, city manager's report.
Just real quick, thank you, Mayor. Wanted to remind folks that our Movies in the Park kicks off on July 21st at sunset at Doyle Hollis Park. We'll be showing A Bug's Life, and we'd love to see you all out there. Thank you, Mayor.
Yep, okay. Ex parte communications. Does any member here have an ex parte communication for an item on this agenda that they wish or need to report on? Member Pryforce, do you have any? Member Mora? No. Member Carr? No. Vice Mayor Welch?
No.
Okay, there are no ex parte communications this evening. I have none either. Now is the time for public comment for the consent agenda and items that are not on this agenda. A member of the public wishing to comment for an item not on this agenda has 2 minutes to do so. And seeing no people here, we have one person online. Please recognize Brian Donahue for 2 minutes, please.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Here's what Mayor Bowders said in April. He said this on his Twitter account. When someone else labels you, remember that it's usually because they are either incapable of recognizing you as a unique person capable of nuance, or because their agenda isn't rooted in a good faith discourse to begin with. That was said by Mayor Bowders on April 19th, 2023. So I'd like to ask the mayor, with regard to that sanctimonious statement of yours, why then do you attack members of the public at these meetings that disagree with you? Like me, for instance, when you called me an ableist, or like former council member John Fricky, whom you also labeled as an ableist, then countless other people that have disagreed with your public policy and said so publicly, you have labeled them with various epithets. And so it doesn't comport with the sanctimonious statement you made. So I'd like to give you a chance here to tell us what you meant when you made that statement. So I'll just let silence fill out the remainder of my comment unless Mr. Bowders wants to answer.
Are there any other members of the public who wish to comment for an item not on the agenda or the consent calendar? Okay, seeing and hearing none. Members, we're at the consent calendar. Items 10.1 through 10.7 inclusive are before you for your consideration on consent. Is there any member who wishes to ask a question or further debate an item on the consent calendar before we take a motion? Okay, seeing and hearing none, is there a motion on the consent calendar?
I move consent.
Second.
Okay, I recognize a motion by Vice Mayor Welch and a second by Councilmember Mora. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Carr?
Aye.
Councilmember Mora?
Aye.
Councilmember Pryforce?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Welch?
Aye.
And Mayor Bowders.
Aye, thank you. There are no public hearings. We have one action item tonight, which is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Emeryville approving a citywide pedestrian and bicycle wayfinding program. And invite back Navarre Oaks to give the presentation for item 12.1. Welcome.
Hello again, Mayor. Hello again, Council. It's been so long. Are you making a presentation or am I? However you like. Okay. All right. We're just getting set up here for you. All right, so I'll be presenting on the citywide pedestrian bicycle wayfinding program, as already mentioned. Next slide, please. All right, and you're hearing from me, Navarre Oaks, your associate planner. You can go right along. So I'll also be be going over the program development tonight, the sign designs, what they'll look like, and sign placement plans, where they should be located. So next slide, please. So for the program development, next slide, please. So this was added to the active transportation plan scope of work and is the first implementation of active transportation plan before it's actually approved, as it's been something that's been high priority for at least a decade, maybe 2 decades. People have been saying they really want pedestrian wayfinding sign. BPAC's been mentioning this for a long time. So finally, it came to BPAC. There's been 4 meetings between February and June where they looked at all sorts of things related to design and placement, really did a deep dive and assessment. In June, BPAC recommended approval. It then went to the Transportation Committee for review, and they also recommended approval. And then it went to Planning Commission for review, and they also recommend approval to council this evening. A few notes about comments at those meetings and items that were raised. So at the Transportation Committee, there were 2 main things that came up. One was if kilometers should be added to the sign, so it has both distances in miles and kilometers, and the direction was to ask Planning Commission what they thought of that. And then also to just concerns about accessibility and how accessible the signs are, and to try to find an advocate for accessibility and transportation to assess the signs for accessibility and to try to exceed MUCTD standards, which are the traffic design standards for signs, and see what could be done about that. In relation to those 2 items that were brought up at the Transportation Committee, it was unanimous amongst the Planning Commission to not recommend kilometers be added. They felt that it might help clutter the sign and not really serve the purpose it was intended for. And then where there was no direction about accessibility. They also raised that as a question, but seemed to be satisfied with the current design of the signs. So in regards to looking into the design of the signs before this evening, I was not able, because of the holiday and short timeline, to find an advocate to reach out to and discuss this with. What I did do was look at the size of the lettering, and I'm going to talk about that now while we're on this topic, but we can talk about it more again later if you like. Basically, our lettering matches that exactly of Berkeley and Oakland. It's exactly the same thing. And the rule of thumb from MUCTD is that 1 inch of letter height for every 40 feet of desired legibility. So for the bike signs, the letter heights are 2 inches high. So that would mean it's meant to be seen from at least 80 feet away. That's what's anticipated to be legible for that sign. And as I said, that does match what Oakland and Berkeley have. Our arrows are bigger though, so take that, Oakland and Berkeley. And we can go to the next slide. So sign design, next slide. So there's 2 main types, right? Pedestrian and bicycle oriented. Of course, everybody can use everything, but these kiosks are meant more as a pedestrian thing that somebody would walk up to and look at key locations. So what's not in the scope of work for this contract is to design the content for each of the kiosk places, because that's very detailed work. You have to make it specific to each location, so that would have to be contracted out separately when it's close to installation time. But this was the design that came up. It's supposed to be both a marker, so that it has on the side the name of the location, so it'll help you with wayfinding in and of itself, and then to approach it closer and get the more detailed information about what's going on in the city. Next slide, please. Is that the next slide, or did it just highlight it? There we go. And that's just, a cleaner version. You can kind of see the little shadow people there and get an orientation of the height of the sign, which was discussed extensively for accessibility at BPAC. Next slide, please. And these are fingerboard signs. So the idea is a pedestrian, you get to a juncture, and it tells you different ways, different directions to go to key locations. And then what also you see here are pavement marking signs. And so the idea here is specifically to help you get across the train tracks. So wherever there are steps or ramps or elevators, that it helps you figure out how to get there. What happened as part of this is that these are actually designed at this point to be more placeholders, because as part of this process, one of the things we assessed was if public art could take a role in this. And what came of that was that for many, many years we've done all these bicycle and pedestrian tours as part of BPAC and as part of development of active transportation plan. What consistently comes up is, wouldn't it be cool if we had public art to help us get across the train tracks? And so that's where this has gone, is that this was designed by the consultant to show you very, specifically where a ramp might be, where an elevator might be, how to get from where you are if you can't use that particular mode of access. And then the BPAC recommended that the Public Art Committee say if they would like to participate in a public art project for this. They said yes, and now they have a subcommittee. They met once, I believe, in May, and they're going to meet again in July to create an RFP for this. So these would be placeholders, much like we used for the active transportation plan when we were doing rollout for that. And advertising, we put temporary icons on the ground at parks and Greenway to advertise it. Next slide, please. And so here are the bike route signs. These are very similar to Oakland and Berkeley's. The direction from BPAC was to keep things simple, clear, and consistent. They didn't want some people to come to Emeryville and have a whole other design thing that's like completely different, and you have to like reassess everything to figure it out. So purple is for the bike boulevards, and green is for the rest of the city. And I will note that what is unique about the design is the arrows are actually part of the Emeryville logo. So that's like our cool little unique flair to the signs here. So next slide, please. All right, and so they just kind of have all of those in one shot. You can just kind of see them together for a moment, kind of see that they each include a place name, a mileage distance, and there's a space for logos. Here there's examples of BART and Amtrak logos on there. There could, in potential, be another design program created in the future to create unique icons for Emeryville, and there's placeholders that are shown for that, but that's not something that's in the scope of this work or something that Public Art Committee has taken on at this time. All right, next slide, please. So sign placement. Let's keep going, marching forward with sign placement. All right, so lots of discussion about where these signs should be placed throughout the city. The scope of the project was for only 100 signs, right? And there's been lots of talk about what are other things we could do to, lots of ideas of where we could place signs. But this is what we whittled down to, this is rollout. And there's nothing preventing us from having signs in other locations moving forward. But this is where we said, we see a need, this could be really great here, and they also coordinate together. So how I mentioned the pavement signs to help get across the train tracks, that would not work in isolation. That would work with the fingerboard signs, would work with the bike signs, so to help people with different modalities, right? Okay, and if you go to the next slide for this is a list of the proposed locations of where these could be located throughout the city, where people might want a little extra help. So, highlighting like the Amtrak station, right? Help people get oriented and know where to go. At key crossings like Powell and Hollis, and over at 40th and San Pablo, where there's a lot of traffic coming in and out of the city at the bus stations there, or bus stops there. Next slide, please. So proposed fingerboard locations. Idea again is you're walking and you just want a little bit of help of like how to get from where you are to the next spot. So there's not as many of these. I think there's only 8. But again, they work in conjunction with other proposed signage. Next slide, please. And then how do you decide what's going to be on those signs? BPAC took a while to look at the proposed, to look at where in the city are people trying to get to, and then rank them, because the closer you get, that's where the sign is going to be. So they have it tiered to prioritize what should be on a sign given its location and proximity. Next slide, please. And this is what I was mentioning about the railroad crossing. The consultant described it as breadcrumbs to help you get across, to help you find your way through the city. Next slide, please. And just zoomed in, you can kind of get the idea. What it doesn't have overlapped really is the other sign types. But again, these work in conjunction with the fingerboard signs, with the kiosk, with the bike directional signs as well. Next slide, please. And here are the priority routes. So again, where are we going to have these signs? Something that came up in Planning Commission and BPAC, there's a lot of similarities and comments and questions between BPAC and Transportation Committee and Planning Commission, just very thematic. What about people on Hollis? We see people biking on Hollis all the time. Can we have signs on Hollis to help direct people to the Greenway and to our cool bike facilities instead of being on Hollis where it might be less safe or less fun to ride on? And the scope of this project, again, is only for 100 signs. We actually ended up with 130, but there wasn't space in the scope to put that on. That said, implementation here is going to be done when streets are repaved as part of paving projects. Like 40th Street's going to probably be our first implementation. And so if work is done along Hollis, it can be assessed if there's availability to put in signs along Hollis since it's identified as something that people want. Next slide, please. And then this is just kind of a lot of information, so it's kind of hard to see, but you can get the idea that where we place the signs are along those priority routes. That is what this is demonstrating. Some signs will need to be removed that are existing because they aren't relevant anymore, or they will be replaced with a more efficiently placed sign. Next slide, please. And that's just zoomed in on the north side of town. Another thing that came up is why not have more signs along the Bay Trail? Well, that's because there's only one junction point right now. You're not going to change the direction you're going until you get to Powell, right? There's no decision points. And then here we are on the south side of the city. And you can see that they're congregated here a lot along transit stops by the 40th Street corridor and the San Pablo corridor. And then on Horton, of course, getting people along that and the Greenway. Next slide, please. Actually, I think that concludes the presentation. So, of course, I'm available for any questions you may have about this process. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll turn to public comment. Members of the public who wish to comment on the the action item for item 12.1 related to the bicycle and pedestrian wayfinding signs. We'll have 2 minutes to do so. Is there any member here who wishes to comment? Mr. Suter, come on up. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Navarre. That was a very nice presentation, and I have a little more clear understanding. I'm very excited about the kiosk application, but as you probably know from my extensive work on the website thing, I'm a techie. And so I'm hoping the kiosk will become more than just a freestanding, hard to see anything because there's so much going on, and make it into something technical where I like the 3 tiers of the bicycle routes. Well, the easy way is to have 3 different screens every place with showing them. Or the other would be push a button, and then it would illuminate the route. And the one thing that's missing besides bicycle routes is how about routes to see all the city's art. That's something I put in the website recommendation, and I would like to see on here. So I'd like to have a much more dynamic use of the kiosk, something that can lead you to where to go more easily than trying to figure it out by looking at this thing and trying to figure the streets and all, something that will illuminate. The second part is that all shows freestanding signs, and I find that those many times are ignored by all forms of transportation, pedestrians, cyclists, cars. There are signs out there, don't turn on a red light. They ignore it and they turn. This is no bicycles on this pathway. And ring, 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 you have to get out of the way because a bicycle wants to get by.
That's your time, Mr. Suter.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other members here? Matthew Solomon.
I'll keep this short since it's past dinner time. But I just want to thank the council for supporting the wayfinding program. It's been a big priority for BPAC for the last number of years, and thank you to Navarre for shepherding this through. As Navarre mentioned, we had many more sign placements and sign requests from the committee that then we could fit in this program. So unfortunately, this won't be the last you hear from us about this. But we're very excited about it and very excited to get steel on the ground on this. And just want to reiterate something that came up in our conversation. This is the placement of the signs around the city. The placement of the signs on the actual street is going to be very important, and making sure that both the bike and pedestrian signs don't block pedestrian access, don't block bike access, and making sure that they are accessible to both be read, but also in the physical space as well. So thank you for your support, and appreciate the resources and funding to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members who are present here who wish to give comment? Okay, online we have one commenter online. Brian Donahue for 2 minutes, please.
All right. Insofar that we're making fun of Oakland and Berkeley for their arrows being small and whatever else we're making fun of them for, I'll say this. At least Oakland and Berkeley protect bicycle safety on their bike boulevards. That's more than I can say for what Emeryville does. And also, we're continuing on after the certification of the active transportation plan, when this wayfaring sign system will go in. We're continuing on the myth that Emeryville has bike boulevards. We don't have bike boulevards because we know what they are, and they're bike corridors where you can't have too many vehicles traveling on them. Daily vehicle count has to be below a threshold, and then there's traffic calming that gets put in there if that happens. That doesn't happen in Emeryville, and with the active transportation plan being certified, that will never happen, because that eschews the idea of metrics. So why are we perpetrating this myth that Emeryville has bike boulevards? Oakland and Berkeley both do have bike boulevards. Here in Emeryville, we can't actually even define what a bike boulevard is once we implement this active transportation plan. There'll be no way to define a bike boulevard as making it different than any other street. Right now, like I said, we can, because we haven't implemented or certified the active transportation plan yet. We're still under the old bike ped plan, and we can define what a bike boulevard is, even though we haven't lived up to it. But soon we will not even be able to define what one is, let alone keep bicyclists safe on them. So we should not be lying like this. This is like perpetrating a myth, and it gives people a false sense that they're on an actual bike boulevard.
Are there any other members of the public who wish to comment on item 12.1? Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed. I'll bring it back for questions or discussion by members of the council. Member Mora.
I just had one question around the maintainability of the materials of the signs, especially the kiosks. Do we expect those to hold up to weather and exposure without fading? Will there be any maintenance associated with it? Hopefully no operating costs.
Yeah, it would be folded into the regular maintenance plan for Public Works. It wouldn't have a separate specific bucket for that. So yes, it would be, our standard sign materials. And, try to graffiti proof and whatnot. I mean, the signs do get marked up. It's a regular thing. I notice it all the time when I'm walking and biking around. So there would be part of our regular maintenance.
So just to summarize, but the materials and the markings, they're at least intended to sustain the weather and not fade.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
So we did not specify the exact material content as part of this, but it's your standard sign, your standard sign that we already use for
road sign.
Thank you for words.
I guess I'm thinking
that.
it's more the kiosk. I think is
so the kiosk
that's
kind
of unique.
The kiosk has not been specified. So as I said, the content for it would is a separate scope. And then to the public comment that was made, there's been some discussion about, well, should it be a stagnant sign? That's easier to maintain in terms of not having to worry about electricity or something like that, or should it be something that's interactive and could have like audio capabilities? And that was a question about how we can make them more accessible and interactive for people. That's for a separate discussion, so I can't say explicitly what or how we would do, because that's not part of the scope of this. But accessibility and how to do it and our options would be something we'd have to assess before those are installed, obviously. Does that help?
Yes, that's helpful. Thanks.
Member Pryforce.
So the kiosks, when they're not being utilized, are the screens dark or will they illuminate? And are there concerns around how the illumination may add to light pollution for some communities that they may be concerned about, or even like bird habitats and certain habitats that may affect some of the wildlife?
Sure, great question. So, none of that has been scoped yet. Like we don't have a contract yet for developing the content of the kiosk. We need to get the program approved first. That's step one, and then figure out when the kiosks are going to be budgeted for, and we can implement for that. But all of these things that have come up, like you just said, like lighting considerations, interactivity, accessibility, all of these things would need to be assessed as part of that, and then probably do some comps on cost and trade-offs for those as well. So absolutely, all of these comments will be taken into consideration as creating an RFP for that. Yeah.
Others who have comments or questions? Member Carr?
Thank you, Mayor. I have seen this presentation before on the transportation, and thank you for doing this again. For me, it was once again. At that time, the question was about the costs and the comps, and that I have not got a clarification on. So when will that be provided? And if it will be provided to the council?
So it will be integrated with other projects. You asked for an integration, right? Not an integration. You asked for standalone cost of what it would do to do the project independently in case we are able to get a grant for it for installation over a period of time. Is that correct?
I think you already had the costs somewhere on. No, you don't have the costs yet. You have to still get the costs, or I thought there was there were several spreadsheets that you had for costs, and I may have misunderstood that.
I'm going to invite the Public Works Director to help with the answer.
Typically, we would develop costs during the design phase of the project that the subset of signs that we intend to integrate in that particular project would be developed. The actual cost would be at the time of bid. However, just so we can get a sense of what these signs typically cost, I would say anywhere between $300 to $500 per sign. That does not involve the kiosks. The kiosks, as we all can see, have a lot of questions that still need to be answered, and once they are defined, we'll be in a better position to estimate. But that's just so we can you can have an idea of the order of magnitude.
So 500 signs or $500 a sign max, roughly at 100 signs. So $500,000 for signs, but that doesn't include kiosks. And does that include the painting on the streets, the wayfinding?
No.
Okay, so
that's just based on past experience from previous projects. Yeah.
You're looking at $500,000 to $1 million probably.
Okay, so and that is going to be determined on a piece-by-piece basis? Is that because that's what I heard in the transportation committee?
Yes. So
that every time we are improving on, say, San Pablo or Powell or the Park District, we are going to go ahead and implement those signs, and those costs will be included at that time in that project. It will be part of a project cost versus a standalone cost, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions or comments? So I appreciate you getting the answers and vetting with the Planning Commission, the distance metrics and things like that. The only item I still, I have, some reservations on, and I, can be disavowed of it, I suppose, because I'm not a supporter of MUTCD, the Municipal Unified Traffic Control Device, document or whatever that gets called. It is way short of what is needed to do bicycle and pedestrian safety. It's not anywhere close to being all ages and abilities friendly, in my opinion. It has many ways to go, and it gets public comment periodically, and it only gets incrementally updated. So the 2-inch lettering was an issue I raised at committee that I still have an issue with. I just feel that people who have vision impairments, older people who use any form of vision assistance, whether that's glasses or some other type of assistance, that for, the metric you used, 40 feet for an inch, I will tell you, I have 20/20 vision, even though I'm starting to question it when I see some of the names on these screens. I'm like, who is that? So I'm doubting myself a little bit, but I have concerns that the proximity, the height of them again, and as I mentioned at committee, there are people who rely on wheelchairs, there are people who rely on, reclining bicycles who are not at 6 foot height looking at a sign from a distance. They're actually farther down and away. And so I just still have concerns that I think they should be 3-inch lettering, that we should go above what MUTCD recommends for lettering on signs. I recognize that changes the size of the signs and that could change cost. But I just think it's a more inclusive font size. And so that was my outstanding issue, but I just wanted to voice it here in front of the rest of the council because Member Carr heard me wax on about this item a little bit at committee. So.
Yeah, you know what I did, and I know that you were very much into the inclusivity. You wanted the research done on in that pool of the people who could not actually see the signs or hear. We discussed audio and we discussed those kind of applications. So yes, I would love to hear the follow up on that, and glad that you brought it up because that was one of the things that we had discussed very comprehensively at that time.
Yeah, because as a person with an audio impairment, I don't have a vision impairment, so I can see when the hand changes on the crosswalk. But if I couldn't, right, or if it was unclear if it wasn't working, right, if there was a broken, pedestrian signal. As a person with an audio impairment, there's ones that just beep at you, which are actually, I think, the best ones because it's really clear where I'm going. But there are some that say, light is on to cross X street. And I can't even tell what the voice is saying sometimes, right? And so I just imagine as a user with a different type of limitation, a vision limitation, how signs that are on what we call like beer bottle signs that are much smaller font on these purple signs. Purple isn't a normal sign color either. And so I still just want to be at least one voice here that thinks the sign font, the sign font size should be a little bit bigger than whatever MUTCD recommends, because I don't think it's as inclusive as it could be for people with disabilities. Member Moore.
Just a comment on some recent experience. The fire department made us put up some address labels on some townhomes to help fire trucks identify, and we were getting specifications for those, and they wanted 4-inch lettering. So, I think I can echo the sentiment that something bigger than 2 inches, at least 3 seems reasonable. If fire people looking to extinguish a fire are looking for 4-inch labels.
Okay, this is an action item, so we're being asked to approve the program today. And I understood that there's additional details coming back on the kiosk. Is that going to be at a time when they would actually be installed and we would have the decision to make on that, or would that be in partnership as was mentioned with the project? Will those be standalone, or is there any additional details on the kiosk design that we should hear about today?
I would say from the level of detailed comments that we're hearing and the interest in the kiosk, I'd recommend a standalone process that's conducted to determine it. Otherwise, as part of the project, it may be difficult to deliver the project if it needs a significant amount of time to determine.
And I'll just also mention I was in DC and I had a chance to meet with a company that makes digital kiosks. Berkeley has put a couple of them in, and I was very interested in them. The ability for a user to change between seeing, like where's the bike route to where's the art. Very similar conversation I had about wanting to put the art in public places. There were some downsides to them that I've learned about, and so it's a mixed bag, is what I'd say. One of the biggest is the cost. They're like $100,000 each, and a lot of them have to go places where there isn't currently conduit, so you have to rip up a sidewalk and do other types of work. So actually, the price goes up, and we don't want to not do the project that the community has been waiting for years. So there's a balance to be had there, right? There might be opportunities to do it in certain places. I could see hybrids of this. So I just want to flag that I hear that concern, and I think that that's something to look at. With that, does staff have any opposition to 3 inches on signs? Because I heard you say, the program is 2 inches, but and that's what MUTCD. But the committee did ask, a couple weeks ago to reach out and contact Advocates for people with vision impairments, I understand for different reasons that didn't happen. That's here before us today, though. So in the absence of it, I'm inclined to recommend changing it, and without staff giving me a good reason not to.
I have no concerns.
May I suggest we pull up the presentation again, if that's possible, and look
Sure.
at the signs
Sure.
for a moment? So while that's being pulled up, I want to mention that part of the scope of work for this is to create a sign template that can be used over and over again. You just change the text for the sign. And that the consultant has created an extensive Excel spreadsheet that has all the sign locations, what the destinations would be on each sign, you know, so it's a lot of work. So it's all been scoped. But the big part, if you could go forward.
I think it's back.
Oh, is it back? Yep, there you
That
go.
one. Yep.
Okay. I wish it was a little bit bigger on here, but so anyway, they're creating templates for all of these. That's within the scope of this work.
Mm-hmm.
And increasing the size of each font by a third, right? Increasing all lettering by a third would completely change how much writing you could have. And we would have to have a redesign on that, which I don't think we have money remaining for right now. So I just it would require additional allocation just to have the sign redesigned at this point. So I just want to make that.
Is that because the green space on the sign is fixed? I'm not sure why the sign would need to be redesigned if it's just, we're saying add an inch to it, to the height of it.
So either the size of the sign needs to change to be substantially larger, I think. Like if you look at the South Bayfront Bridge one, right?
Mm-hmm.
So on this sign, if it was, I'm not quite sure how that would scope out having, it would be basically the size of the arrow, right? The font. So it would require a sign redesign for all of these to have them be 3 inches. So I'm just letting you know that would, that's part of it.
But remember, Mr. Bryant.
Just to make sure I'm understanding correctly, if you go from 2 inch, if this is showing 2 inch,
Yes.
and you're going to 3 inch, which as Navar said is 50% bigger, that would mean, like if you look at one of the bike route signs that just says bike route with a picture of a bicycle on it, that would mean that the width of the text would also become 50% bigger because it would all be proportional. So the sign would get 50% wider in order to accommodate the 50% wider bike route text, and it would probably have to get a little bit taller, at least an inch taller, which would make the bicycle symbol then probably look out of proportion. It would look small in comparison to the lettering. So I think really what you're looking at is the whole sign just gets 50% bigger in all directions in order to keep it proportionally the same.
Just agreeing that would probably be the most efficient way to accommodate the instruction. And of course, then what you end up having to juggle in the field is how many signs you can fit on a pole as a result of the increased size, which is something that we would have to figure out during the design phase.
Okay, Member Carr and then Member Moore.
I was trying to read the draft resolution because I'm not sure what we are approving. This is an action item today, so I'm not sure what we are approving today, especially since we are going to go ahead and do this project by project. So what is on the resolution?
I think what we're being asked to approve is this plan, which is not a project or building a sign, but to approve this as a concept. So the way it looks, like as they have here, the design of it, generally speaking, the way marker signs and the kiosks, and then the locations when the sign placement program, that this is a general map of where they will go. And so the consultants that are assisting them will help finalize designs. And what I remember hearing at committee was they basically have all of this ready to go so that if a project came up and there was a group of signs in the zone on the map that the project was touching, they could literally just take the designs off the page and put them into production through the contractor. Is that correct?
Essentially, yes.
Yeah.
that is the reason why the cost part was important to me, because I wanted to know exactly, I mean, because if we are going to change the font size, the cost increases, or if we make certain changes, the costs are different, especially to the kiosk. I mean, if one kiosk is 100,000 or 50,000, it's a lot of difference, right? So to me, without the costs, I think it would be premature to just approve an idea. I love the idea. It's a great, fantastic idea. It enhances the quality of life, not only for people in Emeryville, but also those visiting, and especially those visiting, because they want to know where things are. But I think the cost is an important factor to consider.
So what I heard them say is that the cost of, like, the green bike route sign, the cost of that sign today might be $300. So when they put it out to bid, a contractor would have to provide maybe a dozen of those in the zone that they're producing, right? So they'd be priced at $300 and they'd go into the bid. But if 5 years from now, right, the cost of that sign has gone up for material or labor or whatever combination of reasons, and it's $800 sign. The reason they can't give us a cost right now is because it's dependent on when the sign is going to be part of a project, and we don't know all that, right? So we're just approving the plan, and the reason I think they're not committing a cost is because that's going to change and be dependent on which signs go into which projects. Staff, am I accurately reflecting this, Mr. City Manager?
Yes, you are. And also the cost will come back to you project by project. It'd be incorporated in the full project, so you'd see it when that comes back.
They just want to know if we'll approve of this as a concept. And I'm willing to withdraw it if staff think that I'm making this difficult. I don't think this is big enough font. I've been clear about that at committee. I'm going to be clear about that today. I'm not going to not support this because of it. I just think it's not big enough font, and I think that I've heard bikers complain about how small it is in the past, here in Berkeley. So that's my only observation, but it's not a reason to hold up what is otherwise an excellent proposal that's been vetted by the BPAC and other groups. So, Member Moore.
I just want to better understand the concern. Are you specifically, like, I look at the fingerboard and I see like an opportunity for bigger font there, right? But the picture of the bike and the bike route, that's kind of a more squarish sign, that's probably fine. I think people will get the point.
It's the ones on the left that I don't like.
Oh, only the ones on the left.
Yeah, because there's so much information, and the material below it is even shorter than 2 inches that tells you the distance and the images that they're proposing. If you look in the purple one on the bottom left, you see these tiny circles. Those are placeholders for a logo or a symbol that is going to be used to identify a location in the city, potentially, that the art committee talked about. So I just think that the overall size, I mean, if you look at it where it says Destination 1 on that purple, that's a BART sign next to the arrow. Okay, now I recognize we're seeing it on a screen, but I had concerns that there's a lot of information on the sign, and it's not, in my opinion, large enough for the amount of information on it. But that may not be the case.
May I respond
you
to
may.
two things? So we are looking at something on a small screen, and we're not a full mock-up of each one, which perhaps we should have done. We did have a mock-up at one of the BPAC meetings, and that's when people's concerns about that went away, actually, is when we had the full mock-up size of the sign and what it would look like. Because these signs are not proportional on this exact page, I don't want you to think that they're in ratio to each other. So the fingerboard signs, the fonts are proposed to be 3 inches tall. They're longer.
Yeah, the one on the left is my concern.
Yes, I understand that, but I'm not sure everybody understands that they're not the same ratio on the
I understand
screen.
what you're saying.
So that's what I just want to make sure is clear. So on the bike route sign, the fonts are just that you feel are very insufficient. I got it. 2-inch letters. I'm hearing your message that that's not sufficient, that you've gotten feedback that that's not okay, that we need to increase the size if possible. The miles are in 1.25 inch size. You have not mentioned what size you would like that to be. And arrows are 3.5 inches. And the logos, as you mentioned, are 2 inches. The one that's on the fingerboards are the same size for the miles and 3 inches in letter height. So just because it's hard to tell here, that's why I'm spelling it out for you, because I know there's concerns about distance and readability and different heights and all that. And am obviously not an expert in what angle you're reading a sign from and how you can how that makes a difference at what distance you can read something. I can absolutely talk to their consultants to see what it would take to make these larger into 3 inches and see if that's just like an easy thing to do, no biggie. Like, I'm happy to do that.
Well, my hope had been at the committee that somebody would speak to an advocate from the disability community,
Yes,
and that
I
did not
understand.
happen. So that's why I'm raising it again.
It was an issue trying to find somebody.
Okay.
It
All
was
right.
not for lack of will.
All right, I understand.
Yeah.
Member Pryforce.
Well, during the sort of this process,
Yeah.
will there be an opportunity for a contractor to set up a demo that perhaps the community can sort of test and then see if this is something that can go towards a full rollout? I'm just thinking from sort of from a business standpoint. I think even Mr. City Manager, even with the website, like maybe a demo sort of set up so that people can test before we actually fully implement and integrate our services into. But and I
Beta
think-
signs?
Yes. Yeah.
Beta signs?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that wasn't part of the scope of this work. So that would require an increased scope. The idea was, I'm not sure they're checked right now, but the idea was that with the approval of this, we'd be able to roll out when ready, just be ready to go. So there would not be a beta testing if you approve this unless your direction is different from what the original scope of work was for the intent of implementation.
And just with a head nod, the BPAC approved 2 inches. Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the program.
I will second.
Okay, is there any further debate on the motion? Motion by Bowders, second by Welch to approve.
Thank you.
Councilmember Carr,
Aye.
Councilmember Mora,
Aye.
Councilmember Pryforce,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Welch,
Aye.
and Mayor Bowders.
Aye. Okay, that brings us to item 13, which is department head reports. And most of this stuff we took care of this evening, but we'll turn it over to Mr. Bryant.
Thank you, Mayor Bowders and members of the City Council. This is my regular monthly report to you on the recent activities of the Planning Commission. Their most recent meeting was on Thursday, June 22nd. I will note that there were 2 commissioners who had excused absences, and that was Commissioner Henme and Commissioner Martinez. So we had a quorum of 5 commissioners present at the meeting. There were 2 items on their agenda, as are listed here on your agenda, and you considered both of them tonight. The first was the wayfinding sign program, which you just approved, and the second was a study session on objective standards, which you had earlier tonight. And both of those presentations tonight, you got a summary of what the Planning Commission's comments were, so I don't think I need to go into that any further. However, I would like to take this opportunity to announce a few staffing changes in the Community Development Department. First, with regard to the building official, earlier this evening, as you know, the Mesa Board, which is you all wearing a different hat, approved some revisions to the chief building official's position, including modifying the title of the position and the job description to add fire code official. This simply memorializes duties that he has been performing for several years, making those duties a permanent part of his job. Secondly, they left, excuse me. I'm very pleased to announce the promotion of Associate Planner Navarre Oaks to Senior Planner. Navarre has been with the city for almost 15 years, first as a temporary planning technician in 2008, then as a planning intern working on the general plan update in 2009. They have served as assistant planner for 7 years and for the past 2.5 years as associate planner. During this time, they have staffed the front counter for the building planning division and worked on a variety of current and long-range planning projects. Their most recent accomplishments include the adoption and certification of our housing element, one of the first in the region, and the approval of Emeryville's designation as a pro-housing designation with the highest score of any city in the Bay Area. Their ongoing projects include the active transportation plan and objective development standards, which you heard about tonight. As a senior planner, Navarre will continue to work on these and other long-range and current planning projects and will take on greater leadership responsibilities in the planning division. Next, I'm very happy to announce the promotion of Principal Planner Miru Desai to the newly created position of Planning Manager. Miru has been with the city for almost 20 years since she started as Senior Planner in 2004. She has processed the planning entitlements for virtually every major development project in Emeryville during the last 2 decades. Among her recent projects are the Sherwin-Williams project and the Biomed Emeryville Center of Innovation, both of which are currently under construction. In addition to major development projects, Miro has also handled her share of policy issues, including our condominium conversion ordinance, cannabis regulations, and she played an active role in developing the general plan and the comprehensive overhaul of the planning regulations. In her new role as planning manager, Miro will be in charge of the planning division, including overseeing staff and providing direction on all current and long-range planning projects. All of this paves the way for yours truly to exit stage right. As some of you may have already heard, I'm planning to retire from the city on September 1st. My last day in the office will be Thursday, August 31st, and I just have to say it has been my great honor and privilege to serve the people of Emeryville as their planning director for the past 23 years. I look forward to cheering from the sidelines after September 1st as the Emeryville community continues its incredible development journey under the very capable leadership of my colleagues in the Community Development Department. The city is fortunate to have an extremely talented and professional team in the Planning Division, Building Division, and Economic Development and Housing Division, all of which means that I can retire with peace of mind, knowing that I leave you in very good and capable hands. That concludes my report. I'd be happy to respond to any questions.
I would just, we're going to do that at a future meeting, but I would just take a moment to congratulate you on your last director's report, because we're going to have a bunch of lasts now, final ones, and that is your first final thing that I can think of that's of a public and council-related nature. So congratulations on that, and on 23 years of service, and as was mentioned, we will make time at the next meeting to properly recognize you. So thank you, Charlie.
Thank you. I will look forward to that.
And if we have questions about the 2 items you reported on, we're in trouble, folks, because we voted on both of them already. So with that, we'll move to agenda item 14, which is future agenda items. Is there a member who wishes to request a future agenda item?
I do. Oh,
Member
okay.
Carr. Member Carr.
Okay, thank you. I did have the chance and the opportunity to take the Charlie tour before Charlie retires. I was most impressed by that building in the Park District that you pointed out to me, Charlie, that worked with the city to become ADA compliant, even though that building existed pre-ADA. So on today's meeting, I actually wrote this down in order to make sure why I want to make it clear why I want this as an agenda item. We had a study session on the objective development standards today. These objective standards and those proposed today serve to enhance the quality of Emeryville citizens, and it was very clear from what was proposed that these are some very good guidelines, and I'm looking forward to having them on the stock that is built. It would also help to have some of these apply to the existing stock, particularly the ADA guidelines. So I would like to propose as future agenda item to draft and pass city ordinances in Emeryville like those that exist in San Jose, San Francisco, and Santa Clara for all buildings built before the American Disabilities Act, to update all existing stock that is not ADA compliant to become ADA compliant, and give them a compliance timeline, as did the cities of San Jose, San Francisco, and Santa Clara. This will not only enhance the quality of life of our disabled residents, but make the city more equitable and inclusive. And I think equity and inclusivity is something that all members of this council agree on. So that's the agenda item that I'm proposing.
So a study session on how that can be done with, to the items that you mentioned.
If a study session is needed, that is fine, but
Anytime you want to do an ordinance, it gets studied first, so yeah.
absolutely then,
Okay.
yes.
All right. Member Moore.
Just a clarifying question. Do we need any type of preliminary legal assessment
would the city attorney's office want to provide legal guidance before we take a study session?
Yeah, I was going to suggest that, if you want to, if you still want to take your vote to put this on the agenda, that's fine as a study session, but I would ask that you direct the city attorney's office to provide some initial feedback either at the beginning of the study session or by memo to the council in order to just give you some feedback on kind of the scope of what those amendments might look like.
Yes, agreeable.
Agreeable.
Yeah, that's fine. And I would prefer to see the memo before it's added as an agenda item for the study session.
Okay. Others who support, raise your hand if you support the item. Okay, so we'll have a study session with a accompanying or preceding legal memo. Okay, others who have a request, Member Pryforce?
So we celebrated America's birthday, July 4th, but it's also in the shadow of rights that we have had in America, and so that I've heard, especially throughout the July 4th holiday, that people's feelings towards not only just July 4th, but also to the Pledge of Allegiance. But I believe that more so than anything, that the Pledge of Allegiance, it being visited as something that we integrate into our council meeting procedures, be something that we consider, and I will recite the Pledge of Allegiance in support of this future agenda item. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Anyone else with a future agenda item request? Okay, seeing none, Madam Clerk, the time is 9:47. We're adjourned.